we've past 10 o'clock, and welcome everybody to the meeting. And John Vucic, would you like to read the prayer, please? It's on the screen.
Oh, it's on the screen? Good. Yes, I'll do that. We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skills and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, John. And again, I welcome everybody to the meeting, and I know there are a number of people who will be listening in, and you're welcome. We appreciate the interest that you show. So I intend now, Kelly's just asked me to advise everybody, and Kelly, you might add in that the Hundertwasser toilets are closed, but that we have a alternative facility at Johnson Park. Is that correct, Kelly?
Yes, that's right.
Just so that the public are informed.
There are a couple of portaloos in town adjacent to the Hundertwasser loos, but just while they're being repaired, just use those alternative facilities.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I just want to very quickly chat about the COVID. We're all very conscious. We're all waiting nervously to see how that progresses. We'll know tomorrow. It certainly sounds as though there will be likely to be other cases, and so we'll all have to manage that. My instinct tells me that depending on what announcement is made by the Prime Minister tomorrow, that we may well need to call a quick conference call to discuss, and possibly even a special council meeting early next week if there are issues that we need to address. So I just signal that to everybody, that it's possible there'll be a conference call, informal, followed by, if we need to, a formal special meeting just to discuss the implications. You should also know that the business meeting I had this morning, we've signalled that it may be necessary for us to have a special business conference meeting, and also the iwi leaders I met, they called me into a conference call yesterday. They've gone active again, and of course there are a number of other organisations which we will communicate with, such as Civil Defence and Health and others going forward. So I will do my best to keep everybody informed as this unfolds. And do you want to add any comment to anything I've just said there at the moment?
No, Your Worship, you've covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, have you got anything you wish to add in regard to that issue around the COVID?
Nothing at this stage, Worship. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. And as I say, I'll do my level best to keep everybody plugged in as we move forward. This meeting, as you're well aware, has a significant number of items on it, and I discussed with you briefly, and I'm sorry it was very brief, but I would like to just move that we amend standing orders so that the mover of, for this meeting only, that the mover of the resolution has 3 minutes to speak to it, that councillors then can have 2 minutes to speak to it, and the right of reply by the mover is 2 minutes. Can I have a seconder, please, for that?
I'll second that, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I, all in favour? I would better go through the list. Gosh, we've got to go back to that again. Anne? Oh, here we go. Are we getting a list of voters up? Thank you. Anne, can we ask you to vote, please?
4, thank you.
Councillor Clendon?
Yes.
Councillor Collard?
4.
Councillor Foy?
4.
Councillor Radich?
Agreed, John, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Support.
Councillor Tepaneer? Muku voted in favour, he seconded it. Councillor Vucic,
Aye.
thank you, and I'm in favour. All right, thank you, that's carried unanimously. So Aisha will keep a time clock on us. All right, so we'll move into the meeting. Oh, I beg your pardon. We have deputations now. There were 4 recommended, but at this stage, 3 have agreed to present at a later time when things are of a more stable situation in regard to our council procedure. We do have a presentation from Kathy, and Aisha, I think she was going to send us a letter, as I understand it, rather than present herself. Can you confirm that? And if so, Aisha, would you care to read the letter if you have it?
So yes, she sent through a letter that was emailed out to the mayor and councillors last night.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, just before you do, apologies. Did you record Mike Edmonds' apology?
Yeah, I was going to say that, Mr. Mayor, we've got apologies and declarations of interest to do yet.
Oh, beg your pardon. Okay, I'm moving too quickly. So the apology from Mike Edmonds. John, you're moving?
Yeah.
I'll second. Apologies received. All in favour, please say aye. We'll just assume that everybody agrees with that. We don't need to go through the voting. Thank you. And declarations of interest, we'll declare those as and when an item comes up, if that's okay. All right, so if we, Aisha or whoever's appropriate can read the letter, please, from Kathy Wagner so the public can hear what it is that Kathy's telling us.
Sure. So to the Far North District Council dated 12 August 2020 regarding the report on the charging for the use of the sewage wastewater plant on the Hohora Heads Road by the Hohora Heads Motor Camp, trading as Hohora Heads Holiday Park. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that I appreciate the time and effort that has gone into this report. The camp currently pays an annual lease of $24,000 full market rate, as well as $33,749.16 annual rates. Up to this point, there has been no separate charge for storage and wastewater. The writer acknowledges that the camp should be paying a fair share for the use of the plant, and her response to the 3 options are: option 1, this would take a full year before council could assess and get contribution for the operating costs and would vary seasonally. Some summers good, some summers not. Option 2, the writer feels that this would be difficult to budget for as it would be changing annually according to maintenance, etc. $35,000 is also beyond their capability to pay most years. They're a small business and heavily weather dependent. Should the summer peak be wet or windy, their income is significantly affected. They also have no control over the maintenance costs or program. The maintenance of the current plant has been an ongoing issue, and they believe that the council are facing bills that could have been avoided had the work been done when they first notified the appropriate departments. Their views on option 3 is they believe this is the fairest and most appropriate option, as these charges would be consistent and in line with the pan charges other hospitality providers in the area pay. It is also manageable and can be budgeted for, and they request that council look favourably on option 3. Their aim is to upgrade the camp facilities while retaining the relaxed, family-friendly atmosphere the camp is known for. The council-owned concrete tank toilets in the camp are well past their use-by date, despite their best efforts with paintbrushes and welders. They purchased a mobile toilet block yesterday, which will replace one of the double concrete tank toilets next year. The other 3 need to be replaced as well. This can only be done with careful budgeting, so option 3 will give us the surety that they need to allow them to improve this part of the campers' Far North experience. The camp is a valuable asset to the community as it provides employment for local tradespeople and support staff. Their guests also spend in the local area and on average, while staying at the holiday parks, domestic visitors pay or spend $128 per day, and they've referenced that. She requests option 3 be accepted as it is consistent with other hospitality providers in the area pay and is within the business's capacity to pay in both good and bad seasons. And then it's just got her name at the bottom.
All right,
So
thank
Kathy
you, Aisha.
Wagner, leaseholder, director of Hohora Heads, Wagner Holiday Park.
Thank you, Aisha, and we acknowledge Kathy writing that letter to us, and of course that will come up as item 6.5 on our agenda. So thank you for that. Right, we'll move on to mayoral announcements. So I first of all just want to acknowledge and thank everybody for the kind support and condolences that you gave me during the death of my mum, and at the farewell that we had for her last Friday. So thank you. It was really appreciated by me and Leonie and our family. Thank you so much. I also just acknowledge, and if we can minute, the passing of Laurie Atkinson, former chair of Te Hiku Community Board and up until recently a member of the Te Hiku Community Board. His funeral is tomorrow, and Laurie will be sorely missed by many, many people across our district and indeed across the north and New Zealand. So if we can just acknowledge his passing as well. The local government remits are on our order paper to be considered, and I should just note that while at the stage myself and Moko are to attend and Sean will be to support us. It was scheduled to be next Friday. It is very likely now to be postponed, and so we'll still deal with the remits. It may be that the annual general meeting that may not is more likely now to be held in October or November, I think, but we'll keep you informed of that. Okay, so with those comments, we will now move to the confirmation of the minutes, and I will so move. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'm happy to second.
Thank you, John. Right, we'll assume that John and I have voted. Can we just have the voting list up, please, again, Kim? So, Councillor Court.
In favour, Your Worship.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Yes, in favour.
Councillor Foy.
In favour.
Councillor Radich.
Yes.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepania.
Aye.
Thank you. So that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Right, we'll now move to item 6.1. Just let me drag my order paper over in front of me. Oh. Right, we turn to page.
Sorry, Your Worship, do we not have deputations this morning from members of the public?
That's what the only one that we had was the one, unless the staff tell me otherwise. There were 4 scheduled, but 3 of them have been postponed, and the only one we had was from Kathy Wagner.
Thank you.
As I understand it, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, thank you. The others are postponed until, the others are postponed. So if we can turn to page 41, and this is to do with the right-of-way easement over Lot 3 at Landing Road, and I know there may be a couple of comments on this, but for the sake of procedure, I'll move that the recommendation. I'll move the recommendation. Do I have a seconder, please? And then it's open for discussion.
I'll second, Your Worship. Councillor Court.
Thank you. And Councillor Court, do you wish to, I think you may wish to speak to it, do you, or wish not?
I circulated the resource consent attached to this item yesterday. The recommendation is consistent with the resource consent. I have no other concerns.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody have any comments they wish to make? If not, it's been
yes,
moved and seconded.
Dave
Oh,
Clinton.
sorry, David Clinton.
Sure. Yeah, I in fact don't agree with the recommendation. I think it's an instance where a public reserve has been used as a private access way probably for a long time, and effectively would be using a delegated ministerial power to retrospectively approve that. The subdivision does require an access road to be built down one side of the property in order to give access to the newly created section at the rear. It would not be a particularly costly venture, I think, for this for the current homeowner to build or to create a new driveway and to restore that small strip of land to reserve status, which it ought always to have been. It is a very small piece of land, I'm aware. The reserve is quite tiny, but I'm also concerned about a precedent that I'm aware that in that similar area, actually around Kemp Road, James Kemp Road, there are other issues around public reserves which have been just sort of quietly privatised over the years, people starting to plant them and use them as if they were private property. And I think I've just had some concern about setting a precedent here. And given the overall, this is not a straightforward subdivision to the extent that steep and there are special requirements about the foundation and water must be provided on site, all of these things. So I think the additional cost of creating a vehicle entrance to the existing house from the new access road, which has to be built anyway, will not be significant in the scheme of things. And while I don't particularly like imposing costs on ratepayers, in this instance, I think it's small and it's counted against the precedent we set in by allowing the privatisation, effectively, of a small piece of public reserve. Thank you.
Right, thank you for those comments. Does anyone else wish to speak to it?
Councillor Smith and Councillor Foy would like to speak.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Thank you,
Right, Rachel.
Aisha, and thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to take the opportunity to thank Deputy Mayor Court for circulating the resource consent information. The reason that the community board left this to lie on the table twice was that they were unable to access that information, and there were concerns about the consistency with the original consent. So I just wanted to acknowledge the circulation of that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Foy. And just before you speak, Felicity, may I take this opportunity on behalf of us all to wish you happy birthday, and I hope you have a lovely birthday. You'll realise that, of course, we specifically chose today to put the council meeting on in recognition. Felicity, are you there?
Thank you, Worship. Can you hear
Are you stunned? Happy
No.
birthday. The floor is yours.
What I might do is put it through I've got two devices going here. So like Kelly, I'm just trying to make sure that you can hear me because I think the EarPods have better audio.
We can hear you fine at the moment.
We can hear you fine.
Morena, thank you. And thank you for your well wishes. 34 years old does feel quite old, but I'm sure as time goes on, I'll realise that was only the start of good things to come.
You've got a long way to go.
So just on this, I did want to highlight the good work of Councillor Anne Cord, our Deputy Mayor. It's great that she provided us this information about the resource consent being provided. These types of basic information to give the background should be provided as part of any staff report, and you would think that the staff would have included that as a no-brainer. So thank you, Councillor Court, for providing that. I personally think looking at the reserve and how tiny it is and what's opportunity cost for the public, I personally don't think that this is setting a precedent. It's a 5 square metre reserve. And in terms of effects on the community and the enjoyment of open space, which reserves are aligned for. I'm not sure why a 5 square metre reserve exists, but I don't think having a vehicle crossing across that will impede it for its use, I'm guessing, for public access along the side of the road. So I'm in favour of the current motion, but only because I was provided the information from councillor and court. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else wish to comment? I'm just looking at Belinda, you wish to comment? Belinda?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think most of it's been said, but I just want to bring to your attention that at the time, board members were not receiving resource consent applications. We went about a year without receiving resource consent applications within our subdivision areas, so it would have been helpful had we actually received it. We are now, I think, since June, getting them again, and they're very, very difficult to look up online and search through and source out which one is in your particular area. So that, thank you to whoever has sorted that. We did request the resource consent, however, when it came back to the board, as Councillor Smith said, it didn't come. So we weren't in a position to actually make a decision. And in fact, the board was quite irate because if you look at option 2, it says, however, there appears to be no good reason for declining the request. So the board asked, why did it come to us in the first instance if there was no reason to decline it? And we had inadequate information. So just moving forward on this, I think, you know, we need to sort of make the process a bit smoother and make sure we do receive these, even though we only make comment to the planners. The planners do a really good job. And they may or may not want to take into consideration the comments that we as a board make, but it would have made this a much smoother and swifter process for both staff and the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure that Sean is making a note of those things, but that's good. Right, anyone else wish to comment? Anne, do you wish to have a right of reply?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to point out that the 5 square metre reserve is a segregation strip. The purpose it was put in the first place was to limit vehicular access. Obviously, this is a road safety issue. The roading engineers have looked at this and said that there is no issue. So there are no substantive grounds to withhold consent. My position remains the same. I haven't been persuaded by Councillor Clendon's view. I don't think we'll see people picnicking on the 5 square metre segregation strip. So I don't think the community has been deprived. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll put the resolution to the vote. It's been moved by Anne. Who seconded? Sorry, I can't remember.
You did, Your Worship.
I moved and you seconded, Anne. That's correct. So we assume that we're both in favour. Councillor Clendon?
Opposed.
Opposed. Councillor Collard?
I'm for.
Councillor Foy?
For.
Councillor Radich? You there, Maddie? Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
Aye.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
Maddie, are you online? If not, we'll put you down as abstained. So the motion is carried.
You
Right,
there,
thank
John?
you all. Oh, you there, Maddie? Yes, you in favour?
I'm just flicking off and on. I don't know why, but I'm in favour.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll record you as in favour. Thank you, Maddie. Right, so we now move to 6.2, the ground lease at Matai Bay. It's on
Please may I move this?
Beg your pardon?
Please may I move the item?
Yeah, just
I'll second it.
I'm just trying to find it first.
They can ignore it for themselves, huh?
On page 47, Your Worship.
Yes, for some reason my agenda seems to be...
While you're
anyway,
looking, can I just confirm with Maddie that he's being kicked out, like your Teams keeps going off and then you have to join again? Is that, yeah, it's happening to me as well.
Is that happening to you as well? Okay.
Thanks.
If we could just ask our IT people to have a look at that, please, if there's anything we can do from our end.
I'll contact Damon now, Your Worship.
Thank you. It may be the network this morning. As I say, our network here went out completely. Okay, so we're on page 47. Somebody wish to move it?
Yeah.
Did I hear?
Felicity Foy.
Felicity wants to move it. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Right, Felicity, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to move this motion as I think it's a very worthy cause for our community. We're really lucky to have these firefighters, particularly in the Karikari Peninsula, where we have extreme risk of fires. And I'm really glad that we are putting this item forward and supporting this worthy cause.
Thank you. Do we have other speakers, please?
Well, as seconder, I'll speak very quickly.
Please feel free, John.
There is a lot of, as Felicity mentioned, there's been fires up that way. There is a lot of fuel, and that's a problem the North has. Having a good facility is crucial, and I'm pleased to see PEMS creating a new facility there. Point C, transfer ownership of the existing improvements with fire emergency NZ for $1. I don't see an issue in that because it's going to be used for the purposes intended, and they're going to improve it. So I don't see any problems with this at all.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Is there anyone else wishes to speak to?
Councillor Smith and Councillor Te Pānea have requested speaking rights.
I beg your pardon. I keep forgetting to look at my chat thing.
Thank you, Aisha, and thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to acknowledge the enabling process that our staff have followed in this. It's fantastic to see such great collaboration between our organisation, Fire and Emergency New Zealand, and the community to provide a much needed outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Moko?
Kia ora, Your Worship. I just wanted to also acknowledge that although it was independent from our public consultation as council, that it's good to see that Te Rūnanga Iwi o Ngāti Kauri have had discussions with Fire and Emergency New Zealand and that they are also supportive of this. And I think that moving forward, this sort of approach in terms of council processes and then of course our Rūnanga across our district is really good to see as a part of these reports.
Absolutely. And involving the community, as you say, just we can't do enough of it. So thank you for those comments. Adele Garden wanted to speak, and then Dave Collard.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Our board fully supported this, and we never had to hear any submissions, which was fantastic. So everyone is in support out in the peninsula, and just so happy that this is happening and an upgrade of the actual a new building. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Collard, please.
Yeah, it's more just as a support structure, recognising the work that these people do and contribution to the community is absolutely massive, and any support that we can give in this nature is brilliant.
Thank you, Councillor Collard. There's no one else telling me on chat that they wish to speak. Felicity, do you wish a right of reply? Not hearing a right of reply?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll assume that you're in favour as Councillor Vucic. I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
In favour, thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Clendon?
Yep, support.
Councillor Collard?
In favour, thank you.
Councillor Radich?
Yep.
Thank you, Maddie. Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Te Pānea?
Aye.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you all very much for that. We go to item 6.3, which is on page 57.
Your Worship, I'd like to move this, please.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do I have a second, please?
Second this, please.
Thank you.
Yes, please, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. Okay, Rachel, do you wish to speak to this, please?
I do. Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to take the opportunity again to acknowledge the phenomenal work that Daryl's team, in particular Anna Mules, has put into this. It is incredibly enheartening to see such outside-of-the-box approaches taken to the way that we engage with our communities, listen to what's important to them, and then cement those priorities in our processes. That was echoed when this came to our strategy committee. And I just cannot thank the team enough for this. I look forward to working on how we deliver this and seeing how the progress is tracking in the next annual plan process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor McCall.
Sure. I think I've said this when I originally first received the actual document itself, as I just really wanted to speak to how much I enjoyed the visual presentation that this has. A lot of our council documents come at you and you just see all of the words on the page and you don't really want to read it. I really like just the actual graphics. I wanted to do a little mahi to our council team that put it together like this, but the whole process, the fact that we're incorporating Te Reo Māori elements into this as well, and that it's going to come back to strategy with a report on how we're actually doing for what it's setting out to do is really important.
Thank you, Moko. Let's appreciate those comments. Anyone else wish to make comment, please? Let me just check.
Your Worship, Councillor Clendon and then Councillor Vucic.
Right, Councillor. So, Councillor, sorry, did you say Radich?
Clendon, Vucic, and then Collard.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
David?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I certainly support the recommendation. It is an excellent piece of work, and the process that has delivered it has been equally admirable. My only proviso, I guess, or comment, and I sound a bit like a broken record, I know, but I think while we are moving more and more services to be available online, I think we have to continue always to keep in mind that there are still a lot of people who don't use online services or simply don't have access. We learned that only 66% of homes in the Far North have internet access. So while I certainly think we need to close that gap and make more services available online, we certainly have to keep in mind as well that we mustn't make it more difficult for people who don't currently have internet access to ensure that the in-person service or the phone or whatever other means of people getting counsel and other services apply, that we don't in any way degrade those services at the same time we're building up the online the facility as well. So with that comment, as I say, I do think it's a great piece of work and I'm happy to support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support it. I think it's critical. I echo what Councillor Clendon was saying. There is a need. There are many people that cannot access the net, yet it is absolutely crucial. So we need to look at providing that connection to all of the outlying areas we have. It's particularly important, I think, for council to get on board and start providing online all its information, its services, so that we can move into that platform and be more efficient. So I do support the initiative. I think the net, the full impact of the net, as I said before, we haven't seen yet, and it will be significant for businesses and significant for our whole region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Councillor Collard.
Yeah, look, I certainly support the introduction and the utilising of Nothing But Net. However, I do strongly represent the dinosaurs that are still alive, that like myself, who are somewhat limited, but learning fast. But the easier it gets in terms of online, the more difficult it appears to be to get manual services or face-to-face and speak to a real person. It's just something that needs to be kept in mind.
Thank you, Councillor Collard, for those comments. Does anybody else wish to make a comment before I give Rachel Wright a reply? I just fully appreciate the dinosaur comment, Councillor Collard. being the leader of it. I well understand. Councillor Smith, do you wish to do a right of reply, please? Oh, sorry, was someone else wanting to comment?
Oh, sorry, it was just Felicity. Quick comment. Fantastic document. I included some info in the chat. Fantastic presentation. Makes it much more interesting for people to read. Fantastic initiative, and well done to Daryl's team. Our council, I think, can learn from this about how we approach our documents and how we can have it more relatable. I think that our council could use things like Ask Us to lodge the RFSs, etc., and have that on our 0800 number answer as one of the first options so that people can avoid extra work for our staff by using technology. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else wish to comment before I ask Rachel? Rachel, do you wish to have a right of reply?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just simply to acknowledge Councillor Collard in terms of his dinosaur comment, and I really just want to take the opportunity to express how important it is that we have such great diversity of opinion and thoughts and experience around our table, which allows us to do pieces of work such as this. So, Councillor Collard, you may feel as a dinosaur, but I like to let you know how much it's appreciated.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Smith. Right, we'll put the vote, please. Rachel and Moko, we can assume, are in favour. Let's get the vote up. I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
In favour, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon?
In favour.
Councillor Collard?
In favour, thank you.
Councillor Foy?
In favour.
Councillor Radich?
Aye.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. How do I change the timing function from chat? Right, so now we move to page 109, Kerikeri Sports Complex proposed playground.
I would like to move this, please, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do I have a seconder, please?
Councillor Court.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Rachel, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to take the opportunity to thank the proactive approach that our community members have taken in this. They recognised a gap and an ability to increase the level of service that was offered to our communities on our recreational open spaces. They've taken a can-do approach to it through process, worked with Community Board, developed their argument to this, and are continuing to work really hard. So I'm in full support of this project going forward. I would like to acknowledge and thank the staff for bringing the opportunity to council to consider the acquisition of the asset onto our books. I know that in the past that hasn't always been the case, and we have been left as an organisation with assets that we are unable to depreciate and renew because of that. So both of those points I'd really like to acknowledge and appreciate. I look forward to having another playground in our district. I'm sure you're all aware that I advocate for these active spaces on a continuous basis. And again, much appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Court, do you wish to comment?
I get really excited about sport and recreation. I think you all know that. I love anything that gets people out and about, and especially our children active off their iPads, outdoor, exercising, breathing the fresh air, and just doing the things that make childhood fun. I'm also very mindful as a previous soccer coach that a lot of parents come along with their older children to sporting events, and the siblings are quite often tearing around the outside of the sports field. So this will give the younger family members an active sport to do instead of having to sit there and watch their older brothers and sisters play, which really, being one of 6, is not very exciting, I can assure you. So I just get really, really excited about this. So hats up to everyone involved.
Thank you, Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon wishes to make comment.
you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly I support it. It's a great initiative from the clubs and it'll be well used, I'm sure. My inner pedant, though, I'd just like to move an amendment to the wording of the motion. It currently talks about a monthly operational expenditure of $600 annually, which actually doesn't make sense. So I suggest we drop the words a monthly. So it would read, note the requirement for operational expenditure of $600 annually, which I think would be a little clearer and is in fact what's intended.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Can we just ask Jeanette just to advise, are we talking about $600 per month or are we talking about $600 annually?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, it should be $600 annually.
Okay.
I had the discussion with our recreation services and that's what they confirmed.
Okay, thank you. So with the agreement of the mover and the seconder, if we took the requirement for operational expenditure, if we just took a monthly out, would you both agree to that? That just makes sense.
I'm in full support of that. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Clendon, for raising it.
Councillor Court?
Awesome spotting. Well done. He gets the chocolate fish, only it's virtual today.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there other comments?
Councillor Vucic and then Councillor Stratford.
Okay, I'm looking on the chat. I don't see them, but that's fine. Oh, Councillor Vucic and Councillor Stratford. See Kelly's on there now. Right, John, Councillor? No, you're on mute, John. You're on mute.
How about that? Sorry, again, Councillor Clinton beat me to the punch. He noted the error. Congratulations. But a further comment. Now, as one speaking from the most neutral town, Kaikoura, in the north, sports is crucial. But what is also important is the Sports Northland, and Sports Northland has a sports plan covering the whole of the north. I would like to see us do work around that to ensure that we are dotting the I's and crossing the T's when it comes to an overall sports strategy for the whole of the north. I support this, by the way, and it's good to see that playground happening there. But I'm aware that there are a few loose ends that need tidying up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Councillor Stratford.
Morena, sorry, I am having such tech issues here this morning. I just wanted to say that the playground development will be awesome. I agree with Councillor Vucic on the strategy, but also want to highlight that the district-wide significant asset status of this sports complex was it came about through a strategy which was not adopted by council. So in looking at the development of a sports strategy, we also need to make sure that we have classed our assets according to council process. I know it's highlighted in the significance and engagement, but sports facilities was caused a big raru when that district strategy came out about 6 years ago, highlighting certain facilities as a district asset and therefore pulling money away from other communities. That's not what the district is seeking. We need to have facilities everywhere, but sorry to take away from what this recommendation is, but I do support it. I just wanted to highlight that we need to look at the strategy of district-wide assets. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other councillor wish to comment? If not, I will give Councillor Smith the right.
Just one comment, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Collard, yes.
Just could I just query the $50 a month or the $600 annually does not seem to be a lot of money to do anything. You know, it is $50 a month. You hardly buy chocolate fish for that price. And I just wonder at the accuracy of it, or is it just a registration fee?
Jeanette, do you wish to, either Jeanette or Andy, can you comment on that, please?
Yes, Jeanette here, Your Worship. I did ask Recreational Services to provide me with a cost for the maintenance of this playground, and what they told me was that it would be done as part of their regular maintenance on those fields, so it would be included in that cost. So that's why the cost is lower than expected.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Councillor Collard, are you satisfied with that? I see you nodding.
Yep.
Is there anyone else wish to comment? If not, I'll ask Councillor Smith to write a reply, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to acknowledge the comments of Councillor Vucic and Councillor Stratford and the work that especially Councillor Stratford is doing with Sport Northland to bring our facilities into a more strategic approach. So I look forward to seeing the benefits of that to our council going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will go to the vote. We can count Councillor Smith and Councillor Court already. I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon?
In favour.
Councillor Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy?
In favour.
Councillor Radich?
Agreed.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
And in favour.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that's carried unanimously. Thank you all very much. Councillor Vucic, were you making comment?
I was just telling the background noise to keep quiet. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Okay, we now come to item 6.5, which is the Hauhora Heads Motor Camp. I'm happy to move it. I do have a qualification, but I'll move it so we can discuss it. Is there a seconder, please?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Listening and reminding you of Kathy Wagner's letter that she was read out to us by Aisha. I've got to say that the time I've been mayor and the work, the association I've had with the Hauhora Camping Ground, Kathy and her trust have done a magnificent job in my view, and the staff involved with it, including Rob Coops, have also been very helpful. I just want to double check that this resolution we're doing supports the letter that Kathy wrote to us. Is Sean or Will, are you able to comment on that? Or Janice?
Get Andy to comment. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Mayor John.
Through the chair, I can confirm that option 3 is the preferred option in the recommendation. Also, there is a revised recommendation that was circulated to elected members last night, which we need to consider. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. Can someone put it up on the screen, please? Is it in addition to what we have here, is it?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Voting that now.
So this is the unbudgeted capital expenditure of 26,000 for urgent replacement. Is that B that we're talking about? Yeah, B on the page.
That's correct.
Right. Yep. I'm happy to have that included in the motion. Councillor Vucic, as seconder, are you happy for that to be included?
So what do we? So there is that's an additional. So we got unbudgeted 86, and we're saying an additional 26.
Andy.
Through the chair, that is correct. Yes, the treatment tank has got a crack through it, which has only recently been identified, and without replacement, then there is a chance that will fail, a significant chance that will fail.
Okay. Councillor Vucic, you still?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you.
The pity you can't get the tank with the sand, and it sounds like there's very expensive sand there.
Yeah. All right. Does anyone else wish to comment on the resolution?
Yeah, Mayor Carter, I would just like to make a comment on that. Referring back to the presentation this morning in relation to that particular system, and I just wonder why we can't act on information that suggests that something is not working right. As a maintenance issue. You know, my comment, the notes that I made prior to today was, why is this not planned? We have asset managers and we have comment from the person who's using it the most. And I just wonder why we're not onto it enough to be looking after this sort of thing. So there are no surprises.
Thank you, Councillor Collard. Sean, it may be something that Councillor Collard, you might want to talk with Sean and Andy following this meeting. But Sean or Andy, either of you wish to comment on that question at the moment?
I'd be happy to have this taken up with the councillor. But Andy, do you have anything in the meantime?
Through the chair, I can confirm that this asset had not received the attention over many years previously. We've recently brought to our attention that it needed some work. We've included it now within our Far North Waters Alliance, so they will take over, or they will be actively monitoring and maintaining this facility going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Councillor Collard, that's okay. Does anyone else wish to make comment, please?
Councillor Clinton and Councillor
Felicity, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, and I'm not sure if Rod Coops from our staff is here, but when the item about the lease in total for the Hauhora Heads campground came to the community board, it included a transfer of renewals specifically for the toilets at Hauhora Campground. Off the top of my head, I think it was $140,000. So that wasn't mentioned at all in this report. I do note the reference to new toilets from Kathy Wagner, so thank you for highlighting that. But I'm just unsure where all that renewal money has gone and why that isn't being used for the purpose of this agenda item. Also, we've got a map here showing the package treatment plant, which I'm guessing that's what it is, because I don't have the information about it. And is the sand in the disposal field, is that why it's separate in the budget item instead of the treatment tank? So some questions there.
Thank you, Councillor. Sean, Andy,
for Andy Finch, thanks. And Janice might have a comment.
I'd like to defer the budget question to Janice, and I don't know if Jeanette's got any comment on the other issue.
Yep, through the chair, Jeanette here. Just with regards to the treatment field, yes, it is separate. It's a separate asset from the campground itself, so there is no renewal money for that. And I don't know why that hasn't been in the past, but we're certainly putting that money forward into the long-term planning.
Thank you for that. Janice, do you wish to add comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of the transfer that Councillor Foy referred to, I think that's tied up with the lease in terms of we would transfer the assets to the park once the lease is signed. At the moment, we're waiting for the outcome of this report before we can move forward on the lease.
Yes, I've got to say, just as a comment, the involvement I've had over a while, it's taken us a while to get to this stage, but I'm glad that we've made the progress that we have. And so I think it will, as we move forward, we're making a sensible way in which this can be administered, and Kathy, and we'll give her the chance to run it as she should appropriately. Councillor Foy, you got any response?
Thank you. And thank you for clarifying the financial question, Janice. Also, I just want to clarify with our asset manager and with our staff that this asset will be registered and collect depreciation going forward, so that we don't get any unexpected budgets for these operational costs to our ratepayer, which should be an ongoing feature that our staff need to include for all our assets. So thank you that we are now doing that. But can I just get reassurance on that matter?
Janice, are you able to comment, or Will?
Yeah, I'm happy to, Your Worship. Yes, obviously this has raised a few issues for us in terms of moving forward. We will definitely be moving into that space and making sure that we are charging appropriately and doing the right things in terms of renewals going forward.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Foy. Any other councillor wish to comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, David here.
David, hi.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, just before commenting on the substance, could I just put in a plea? When papers are sent out as late as this additional paper was, which I see was about 8 o'clock last night, could we at least get a text, if not a phone call? I didn't actually see that paper last night. I try and avoid looking at emails in the evening. This morning I was busy trying to get home a bunch of actors who were stranded on the wrong side of Auckland. So could I ask that when something is this late, that we do actually get an opportunity, some advice that there is another paper there.
Thanks.
My problem with the recommendation in terms of bringing the facility up to scratch at the point where this camp takes it over, I might be jumping ahead to 6.7, but there is a comment on page 171 that the annual cost of operating the plant is in the order of $70,000. That seems like an extraordinary amount of money to run what I assume is a relatively small, straightforward wastewater treatment plant, nearly $200 every day of the year. I just wonder if that's correct, or is that a typo, or why is it such a remarkably high operating cost, never mind maintenance of the plant?
Okay, is Sean and Andy, can somebody, Jeanette, able to comment on that?
Through the chair, Jeanette, do you have any comment on that?
Yes, through the chair, Andy, with the annual operating costs of this plant, it treats the public toilets down at the heads itself as well as the system at the camp. Now, the camp gets overloaded over the summer months, and the sand that's required in the treatment fields is a specialised sand, so that's why it costs so much to purchase that sand. That is a 5-yearly cost, but the annual operating is just to ensure that we have the right level of service for the camps during the summer months. So, and it does seem like a lot of money, but that's what we have estimated it with the Far North Waters Alliance.
Okay, thank you for that comment. David, I hope that gives you explanation. Councillor Vucic wished to comment. I'm just going to ask David, do you wish to add any comment, or are you okay?
Well, I appreciate the sand's expensive, which is why it's this $86,000 amount, but I do struggle with the notion that, I mean, you're talking about some plumbing, a plant, some pumps, a screen. I just struggle with the notion that $70,000 every year is the operating cost of a plant like this.
Okay. All right, Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I support this. We need to tidy this up, so I don't have an issue with this motion here and with the amendment. I agree that we should see that earlier. What it does raise for me, and that's where I had the question, is why did this come up as unbudgeted to start with? And I think it shows that generally our asset management should be a high priority in the wastewater space, given what's happening. And I'd like to see us take urgent action in that area so that we're covering other places. So that's my comment. I'm just concerned that we may be missing other assets, so we don't have a full picture, including operating costs and any other risks we may be facing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic, and that's a good point, really, asset management, which I know Sean and the staff already have their focus on that. Okay, any other councillors wish to comment on this? Rachel, did you wish to comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was intending on saying exactly what John Vucic has just pointed out as well, so I'd really like to talk on that. My concerns have been addressed around the long-term implications of that and the planning for this and what we have learned from this process. And I just, again, want to reiterate how important it is that we get our asset management in line and going into our Three Waters conversation, what that looks like and how we can fast track that as much as possible to get our council into a solid conversation point with the local, with central government over the Three Waters reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to comment? There's none on chat. If not, I don't wish to have a right of reply. I think we've had a good discussion on it, so I will be putting the motion. I'm in favour, of course, as is John. Councillor Court?
In favour, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon?
Support.
Councillor Collard?
In favour, thank you.
Councillor Foy,
In favour.
Councillor Radich,
Aye.
Councillor Smith,
In support.
Councillor Stratford,
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
In support.
Thank you. Right, that's carried unanimously. Thank you all very much. So we now move to 6.6, which is on page 175, and it's an agile procurement strategy. I'd be delighted to move this. Do I have a seconder, please?
Councillor Court, thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say that this follows the discussion we had on Tuesday, which I thought was a very, very positive discussion. Thank you all the elected members who were able to participate in it. It's a major step forward for us, and it's one of the things given and we discussed this on Tuesday, but the volume that we have within our organisation and across our district means that we do have to be fleet of foot, and this is a way in which we do that. So thank you for that. Councillor Court, do you wish to comment?
No, thank you, Your Worship. It's a comprehensive report. I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Is other councillors wish to comment, please? There's no one on chat who indicated they do.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Councillor Vucic.
Councillor Stratford and Smith.
Yep. Councillor, right, Vucic, Smith, Stratford and Smith, did you say? Thank you. Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, I did read that. I read the associated MB report, and it is an excellent document that MB put out in terms of funding projects and being agile and fast. I have to admit I had some concerns about direct awards. As you know, direct awards actually open the door for procurement fraud, and and when I read MB, it didn't actually say direct awards. It was actually as is being said here. So I do have some concerns about that, and what I'd like to see is that everything we do, I realise we have COVID and we have a lot of work to do. I'd like to see every one of these things publicly available, all of the contracts that are actually being done as a means to create transparency. So that and that's what I'd like to see happening with each one of these MB contracts.
Thank you. Sean, can I just add a comment to what John has just said? Could we please, you and the staff, as these happen, obviously we would expect a report saying that we've awarded it to whomever as they move forward. That would be really helpful. Thank you, John, for that. Can we have Kelly's comment, please? And then
Kia ora, thank
Kelly.
you.
Thank you.
So,
And then Felicity.
where was I? Can you hear me?
Yes, good as gold.
Oh, I could just hear you, John. It appears that we are a trailblazer. Auckland Council is, doing a bit of this, but we are one of the few that are, picking up this document, what's it called, the Accord, and implementing some strategies along these lines. So I spent a lot of time over the last week looking at this, and I can see the advantage. We've got a number of Three Waters projects that MB are funding, and so I can see the economies of scale being covered in there, and building projects into our program of works will help us to deliver better value for money for our ratepayers. I'm hoping that we can learn from this, and there will be some long-term gains from this agile procurement that we'll be able to implement going forward into our other work streams, such as Three Waters.
Disappeared on us again, Kelly. Yep, you're back again. No.
I'm here.
Right.
This
Sorry,
is
Kelly.
really, really annoying. Just 30 more seconds. The one thing that I would like to see is, I'm not sure what Felicity feels about the Te Huku o Te Ika revitalisation paths and walkway project. I think because that one needs a bit more collaboration or community, relationship going forward, that one might not sit quite in the agile procurement space. And, some of the other things like the Waitangi pump station upgrade, that has a bit of risk around relationship around Hapu and iwi. So anything that's got a bit of risk around relationships might not quite fit within the agile procurement. So whilst I support the recommendation,
Right, so he has some qualifications around it. We'll thank you, Kelly. Felicity, no, I've got Rachel next, then Felicity, then Dave Collo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm hopeful that Kelly managed to get in her messaging. I certainly heard what she was saying, so thank you. I did have a couple of concerns around this, and John Vucic has echoed it. So in C of the recommendation, we are approving agile procurement strategies for MB-funded projects only effective 13th of August 2020. And while there is firmer reference to that in the MB report, I note that in the FNDC report, it refers to possible agile procurement strategies, of which the first one is direct award contracts for low risk. So I was just wanting a little bit of clarity as to what exactly we are approving in that, because it hasn't been laid out, I feel, in the report clearly. My second question was around D and why the report needs to be specifically information only. I'd like to think that as a learning organisation, we would take any opportunity we could to ensure that we can make decisions on the reports that come to us. And while that may just be an administrative point, and I am still learning those processes, I would be really keen to ensure that we as a council have every opportunity in front of us to learn and implement those learnings in a more agile way. The third point that I just wanted to raise was around E and questioning why we would be reviewing 3 years after approval. Again, recognising that the intent of this resolution is to enable agility and adaptability, and I'm just wanting some clarification as to why the 3-year review point is in there, recognising that that takes resource. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Sean, do you and staff wish to just respond to that, please?
I would just comment that this is an extraordinary period of mass infrastructure and capital investment through this unusual and probably unique opportunity that the North Scott. We don't expect to need to retain these sorts of processes outside of a 3-year period, because that's at the outside the period where we think we're going to completely discharge all of these grants. So it's a guess. At the 3-year point, we'd love to come back and have this conversation, because there's really good leadership here in terms of the agility that you're affording staff. There's risk to be managed here, and thanks for considering a vote of confidence in getting that done. 3 years, we'll see the end of the program, and we come back to you then to see what you think about the need to continue or otherwise to revert to our normal procurement processes. It's an estimate.
Thank you, Sean. And can I just add, Rachel, that I would assume that the Council of the Day then will want to review. It may be that the Government of the Day want to do more of this, and it will need to be something that we monitor regularly. So thank you for your questions. Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Worship. Just bringing up the page. So, and thank you for bringing this paper to us, Sean. I highlight the wording in the report where it says we're in a high demand, high velocity environment, and in terms of getting things done, we can't do things business as usual because we won't get it done in time. And the opportunity that we've had with getting this funding from central government that we've never had at this scale previously, we need to ensure that we get things done. So thank you for bringing this paper to us and for the work of you and your staff on it. And I think that we really need to see this as an opportunity to see how we can deliver things faster, because I think that's really been something our council hasn't done well previously, the ability to deliver our projects in a more timely manner. My question is, it says in the recommendation about the value of 500,000. However, on page 179 of the report, it says possible agile procurement strategies, directable contracts for low risk, low cost complexity works up to the value of $1 million. But the recommendation is for 500,000. So I just want to get clarity around the total value and why the 500,000 was chosen when the report also reflects $1 million.
Can you comment, please, Andy? Through the chair.
Two contracts for 500,000. No, I'm only joking. Andy?
So through the chair, we acknowledge the elected members. If they support this recommendation, we're taking a great leap forward in terms of our agile procurement. If elected members were minded to increase that threshold from 500,000, which we thought at this point was appropriate, to $1 million as a direct appointment, we would clearly, as officers, have no objection, but we felt that the risk allocation of 500,000 was appropriate at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Felicity. You satisfied with that answer?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I personally feel that I would like to increase it to more, to the $1 million. In terms of the huge amount of funding that we've got, and I'm not sure if the other elected members are aware how much time and how much complication there is with procurement. What the public want to see is things getting done. So for us to enable that to happen, I personally am in favour of the increase to up to the value of $1 million for direct award. In response to Councillor Stratford's comments about the Tuku Open Spaces Master Plan, Sean, I can hear your sigh.
No sighs involved. I'm listening very intently. Thank you.
The value of that is more than $1 million, so we could only direct award up to more than $1 million, so we could only direct award some of that. So that would alleviate the other issues for any projects over $1 million.
Right, I'm just trying to decide how we move forward on your suggestion at this stage, Felicity. So I'll go to Dave Collard and then we'll come back to the issue of the value. Councillor Collard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking, I've got more comment than question, and I look at the executive summary talking about the professional services and construction service will be dramatically increased by infrastructure-driven economic recovery process. Now, I think that's awesome, and I, as a result, support what Felicity says in terms of the $1 million, because it's the doorway to getting things done. But just for my own, probably not so much not benefit, but for the local benefits in each of the areas, that we have this opportunity to be direct awarding contracts to local contractors on the ground here, where we are making an impact into that local economy and the recovery economy. So, we've got plenty of things coming up, as we're well aware. But the one thing that is critical is the transparency, and that we need to be able to see that we are doing this job right.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I'm just checking to see if there's...
Your Worship, you may wish to hear from Warren Ure, a procurement manager. He's got a view on this, if you would allow him to express it, and may help members.
I will. I'm just going to make a suggestion of how we might move forward. Happy to have Warren make comments. Paul, do you want to comment, please?
Yes, please, Your Worship. I initially was a little bit concerned about this because I didn't really get it, but that playbook that came with it, I actually did quite like. And I remember, and I would just like comment again, because I know that I was a little bit late to our workshop on this, and the workshop did alleviate a lot of the concerns I had. But within that playbook, stage 4, that establish a project governance team and assurance, I remember that there was comment around that aspect of this that isn't quite captured within the report. Could I just have comments around that again? Because I think that is important for other people watching this. And I could imagine that we have colleagues who would potentially have things to say about us delegating these powers, and they've got a timeline to them. But can I hear again, Sean, what that side of that workshop was about? Because for the life of me, I think I stepped out to do something then, but I liked what I was hearing there.
Okay, thank you. Sean or Andy, can someone just comment on that, please?
I might defer to Andy, but I'll just make a comment overarching, if I can, Your Worship, that'll help the councillor. In a normal spending year, I am guided by the annual plan which elected members issue to me, telling me exactly what the work plan is for the year. And I have a delegation of up to $1 million in that for all budgeted items, and a small discretionary amount for non-budgeted items to cover over the more administrative sorts of variations that we don't anticipate. The difference with all of this extraordinary funding is it's not coming through the annual plan. So I find myself without a script that's been approved by my leadership. And so today really is about, armed with nothing more than funding agreements, project by project, it's about quickly being able to discharge the agreements in order to keep the funding that we think will be at risk over time, to quickly get these projects done, knowing that up to a similar amount of delegation, I can exercise the same authority that I'd normally exercise under the annual plan, if that helps. Now, we only asked for 500,000 here, which is at variance to what my normal annual plan delegation is. I do welcome Councillor Foy's question around whether that should be at the $1 million mark, but we'll take whatever direction you give us. Andy.
Andy, do you wish to comment further?
Through the chair, look, I think I'm hearing that there is in places a greater appetite for more flexibility given to this additional funding, and I think I would welcome that, because the funding agreements for each of the shovel-ready projects and the additional funding streams will set out clear milestones. And as we discussed at the workshop this week, there is a significant risk that should there be changing in overall national governance or governance, that potentially if we fail to meet delivery milestones, then potentially some of that additional money may get withdrawn by government. So any flexibility you can give us in terms of this additional money that sits outside the annual plan to allow us to deliver is significantly welcome. What I would refer you to, and maybe Warren would want to comment a bit more, is the recommendation as it's currently written relates only to professional services contract up to $500,000. But B, I think, is maybe has a little bit more scope. There's no financial limit on construction physical works contract. So maybe there's an interpretation in there that hasn't clearly been picked up and maybe could have been written a little bit clearer. I don't know if we want Warren to comment further. Thank you.
Warren, would you like to comment? Because I then need to just consider a procedural issue, which I'll discuss with councillors. Warren, would you just then perhaps help clarify that aspect?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Through the chair, the professional services delegation was set at $500,000 because we thought that was a good level to get these projects underway. It's usually it can be 5% of the contract cost, so $500,000 gives you quite a good level of spend for the contracts. The $1 million direct award was for construction projects, as Andy quite rightly pointed out. And maybe that should be included in the recommendation as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, look, I'm going to suggest a way forward, and I see a comment here from John. What I intend to do is, first, there's two ways we could approach this with Anne Court's agreement. As the seconder of the resolution, we could change the 500,000 to $1 million. If Anne's not comfortable with that, we could ask Felicity and others to move the amendment. Anne, would you be happy to, as seconder, to change that to $1 million, or would you prefer not?
No, I wouldn't, Your Worship, and the reason I wouldn't is for the reasons that have been just articulated. A relates solely to the direct award. If we were going to amend this, we would need to add in the $1 million at B.
Yes. Okay. All right. So what I...
So, Your Worship, sorry, Councillor Clendon is requesting to speak. Him and Councillor Radich are the only ones that haven't spoken to this item already.
Sorry, David. I beg your pardon. I thought I'd include you and David. The floor is yours. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, thank you. I'm prefer to start 500,000 as per the motion. The point that Andy Finch made, that, and indeed Warren, that this is purely for professional services, not construction. And I think, as the point's been made, that 500,000 would enable professional services on a $10 million contract. And anything going beyond that sort of scale, I would think we'd probably want to come back to council with all due regard to our officers. I don't see any reason to delegate more than is originally asked for. And so I'm perfectly content with the 500,000, but I wouldn't be happy with bumping up to $1 million.
Okay, thank you for those comments. So, Felicity, are you satisfied that we leave, and you, Dave, leave it at 500,000, given that it's for the professional services as opposed to contracts itself? Felicity, and then Dave.
Thank you, Worship. As per my comments in the side there, and the comments from our staff, Warren Ewan, I think that what I'd like to do is move the amendment relating to B, as Councillor Court has highlighted, about the $1 million for construction. And that's the key part, I think, that we need to address to get things done. So
what amendment do you wish to make to B?
And if I may get the direction there from staff, I'm just reading this here. B, delegate to the Chief Executive Authority to award construction contracts for all MB funded projects for a period of 3 years effective August 13. The wording in order to enable that up to direct award up to $1 million. Okay, is that the intent there that you were highlighting? If we can ask Warren Ewan or Sean for clarity around that.
Andy, I'll let you lead this conversation. Thanks.
So we add in there, just before Andy responds, you're moving an amendment that we add in up to $1 million for MB funds, and B, I need to have a seconder so we can discuss that.
I'll second that. Thank you, Your Worship.
The court, thank you. So that's an amendment now. So we will speak to the amendment, and if now Andy, Sean or Andy, if you wish to comment to that, please.
Thank you, Andy.
Or Warren.
We'll just read that again. My apologies.
Sorry, just to clarify, that's $1 million of direct award. They don't highlight that currently.
Okay, it is important we get this right.
Direct award, the authority to direct award construction contracts up to a value of $1 million for all MB funded projects for a period of 3 years. Through the chair, the intention of B would still be that any project. I think Warren may want to comment. I think the other intention of recommendation B was to give the Chief Executive the authority to award the construction contracts following normal procurement routes for projects over $1 million as well. So we didn't have to go back and get council approval for those awards as long as it followed the council normal procurement routes. Warren, did you want to comment on that? That was the intention?
Through the chair, that was the intention, that all MB funded construction contracts could be awarded by the CE, but the CE can only direct award Up to $1 million.
Right. So adding that in then doesn't put any constraint on what we currently are at, Warren. Is that correct?
Can I see the resolution again? I think.
Yes.
Yeah, Ish, if we can put it back up on screen, please. Yeah, so that's just confirming what you've just told us, Warren.
No, this is the authority to direct award up to $1 million. What we now need is the authority to award all other contracts.
Provided they follow.
If I might, through the chair, direct awarding is only one means of awarding. It is it's the most risk managed means of awarding, because it doesn't go through the normal tendering process, and that's all part of this agile concept. So what Warren is saying, Warren, is that direct awarding is only one means by which we want this delegation to operate, and he may have some words for us that are more general.
Hang on, what are we doing, changing everything here?
There's always a method to the madness. Let's just see what staff does, if you don't mind, Your Worship.
Sorry, through Your Worship, the reason why we're taking out A, C, and D and E is because the only bit that you're amending at this stage is B. So we're just recording that the amendment of B changes.
Okay. All right, okay. Thank you. The balance will stay in. Okay. Okay, sorry, Sean?
If I may just ask for Andy's lead on this, but is it useful, Andy, to just simply remove the word direct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Georgia, may I suggest that we actually add a new clause if we leave the current B as it is, and then go add the previous B into the amendment as the original B. So this becomes a C.
Yes.
Because the original B was basically to give the the chief executive the authority to award construction contracts for all member funded agreements. And what this is doing is purely creating a situation where the chief executive can award construction contracts up to a value of $1 million.
That's a good suggestion, Your Worship.
That is, yep.
Your Worship, I concur with George's recommendation.
I beg your pardon?
I concur with the recommendation as per George's
so that's moved by Felicity. Anne, are you happy with that?
Yes, I would like speaking rights as the seconder.
Yeah, of course. In fact, we will now be speaking. Can we just have that back up, please? And everybody will have a right to have a say. I know John Vucic, for example, will want to also comment. So, Anne, or Felicity is mover of the amendment. Do you wish to add any further comment?
Just that I support the staff and that we need to ensure that we get everything done, and I want to help in governance any way possible to do that, to see our communities see the physical progress.
Okay, so you're in support. Anne, do you wish to comment, please?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and I do have the benefit of having read some of the comments in chat. So I think we need to bear in mind that this relates only to the MB funding. This is not council budgets, this is MB funding. And a lot of the chats are around whether this boomerangs it up to a tier 1 or tier 2 contract. And I do appreciate that elected members have some concerns about making sure that this gets down right through the community so that every contract or everybody who has an opportunity to pitch for this money has a fair and equal shot at it. But I don't think that's to be addressed through our procurement. That's addressed through the funding agreement that comes from MB in relation to how this money is to be spent. And the Minister's expectation has been quite clear all the way along that this is to create jobs in the local community, and that will be evident in the funding agreement. I'm also a little bit concerned that there is some concern amongst elected members that this is automatically going to default to great big contracts that only go to the big players. $1 million contract might be put forward by a project management group that has multiple different delivery arms in it. Some of the projects might not. So if, for example, it's a water dam, that's obviously quite specialised. It's going to go to a specialised delivery agency. But if it's Te Huku Master Plan, where the value is significant, but it's still going to be delivered by community groups. So I think we're probably getting ourselves a little bit concerned about the value and applying ratepayer funds to external funding. And so that my comments were just, and I want to hear what my other colleagues have to say, but I just wanted to pull it back that we are talking about a bucket of money that's coming in for a specified purpose with specified outcomes. And I don't think having an argument about whether it's a tier 1 or a tier 2 contract is necessarily helpful to that understanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vucic, you wish to make comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This funding is managed by council. It is therefore we have got to follow our processes. I'm against direct award, especially to that extent. It's over 1% of our total council income, and we also need to follow the government procurement rules, which is further down in the document, and that requires, as it says here, requires a tender. It requires an open tender unless it qualifies for exemption. So I want to guarantee that we're not breaking any tendering rules. I think the original B was fine because it covered a bigger perspective. And I appreciate, and I'm timing myself as well, I appreciate that going out to, to major tier 1, and with the contracts of a certain value, it does push it into the tier 1. And I agree we can put contracts in there which says it has to go to somebody else as well. But that has proven not to work in the past. And so I'd like to see awards going to smaller contracts, because that is where our future lies to achieve what we need to do, as discussed in the workshop. We won't do it otherwise. Our major contractors are going to be absolutely snowed under. So I will not agree with the direct award of $1 million. I would prefer it as it was, and I'll be voting against this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith, you wish to comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'd just like to point out now that my comments by in part relate to the amendment that we are speaking to and voting for, but also to my original concerns. Coming back to Councillor Tepania's points around Section 4 of the MB report, Stage 4, Established Project Governance Team and Assurance. My original questions were around the concern of what governance oversight of this process looks like. I absolutely recognise Councillor Court's points around this being in response to our central government funding. I also want to recognise that a lot of this will be ironed out in the funding agreement process that I'm aware we are still going through. But every part of this MB report that we have in front of us in Stage 4 sets out what good governance looks like for this process in terms of the award, and I don't feel that this current resolution in front of us supports that good governance. I would perhaps be in favour of considering a subject to development of a governance oversight model to ensure that we are getting our reporting and decision-making processes right. That may be becoming too much of a process queen, but that is my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have comments from other councillors, please?
Yes, please, Your Worship. It's Kelly.
Kelly?
Yes, I am the process queen, but I think that governance process are going to get in the way of our need to move swiftly to deliver these projects. If you have a look within the report, it does state that there is going to be probity included in the professional services that will be delivered. And I fully support the original recommendation as it stood. I did, in our workshop, we had an undertaking from our CE that where there's, and the way I understand it, where there is needed to be collaboration with the community or stakeholder groups, we will be there. But where there isn't, and Deputy Mayor said, where there's, specialist services that, community doesn't know anything about, sorry, I put that really badly. They don't need to be in there. We don't need to be in there. The job just needs to be delivered. I don't support reducing the MB delegation to $1 million in that. What was it? I think that we should leave the recommendation as it stood in the way that it came to us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Is anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
David? Yep.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Kelly. I think we've sort of gone around the block and maybe dug a hole for ourselves here. I think the original recommendation should stand. I think the amendment, if I understood the conversation, was based on a misunderstanding perhaps. And I think by moving that amendment, we're actually creating some unnecessary barriers rather than enabling. So I don't support the amendment. I'd like us just to revert to the original recommendation, which I could support.
Okay, thank you very much. Other comments, please? Is Matty, Dave, Collard or Moho, do you wish to comment, or should we go to the amendment?
Kia ora, Your Worship. Just wanted to thank Councillor Smith for bringing that up, but I have been somewhat delayed in the concerns that I had from the comments from my other fellow elected members. And I also learned a new word, which I didn't pick up in the original report, which is probity, which is the quality of having strong moral principles. So that's me. So kia ora.
Okay, thank you for those comments. All right, if there's no other comments, I intend to go to the amendment. If we could have it back on screen, please. So this has been moved by Felicity and seconded by Anne. So we will go to, there's the amendment that's we're discussing. Amendment add in a C. So David Clendon, what's your vote, please?
Opposed.
Opposed. David Collard.
Sorry, I'm for.
For it, thank you. Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Radich.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Tepanier.
Against.
Councillor Vucic.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Court, you're supportive, of course?
Of course, Your Worship.
Yep, thank you. Okay, so I will vote against, so the amendment is lost. So can we go to the original motion now, please? Now that I have a better understanding of it all, thank you. And I, right, so I'm going to ask people to vote. It was moved and seconded by myself and by Anne. So can we have the voting up, please? So Councillor Clendon.
Support.
Councillor Collard. Councillor Collard.
Yeah, support.
Thank you. Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Radich.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
I'd like to abstain, please, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
For.
Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
The motion is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for your discussion on that and your patience. Do appreciate it very much. So we now go to item 6.7, remits, which are on page 231. And bearing in mind that we're not sure now whether these remits will come up at the AGM when it's held. So we have a recommendation here of suggested abstaining, supporting, against, support, etc., etc. And so do I have a mover for the recommendation?
Your Worship, I'm happy to move.
It's Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Right, the floor is open. Kelly, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do. There are some, there's a couple that I disagree with the staff recommendation, and I just need to find my ticks and my crosses and my notes. Do you think I can? Yeah, so I'd just like to signal that the rates one, returning GST on rates for councils to spend on infrastructure, we say that we're against that remit. I support it. And then the other one, I can't find my note, but I'll speak at the end. And just to remind everybody that a remit is not saying that this is what our council is going to do. The remits are encouraging our local government, New Zealand representative body, to work towards bringing central government support to support us doing that. Yeah.
That's great.
Okay. So that's me. Thanks.
Thank you. And now I had who wants to speak on this? Moko, do you want to speak on this, please?
I would like to speak on it. Just be in the recommendation, note that Deputy Mayor Court and Councillor Tepini will also attend as observers. I think I had the last set of council eyes on that form on the very last day it had to go in, and Deputy Mayor Court had been struck out of that, and I had been added in, but we were both added in as delegates, not as observers, so that wording will have to change there. And Deputy Mayor Court actually was taken off that form, or she was on it but had been crossed out, so she actually isn't a delegate.
That's
to my understanding, unless that got changed at the end of the day. Yeah. And then in terms of recommendation A, like Kelly, I have a differing opinion on some of these. So if I can just find my notes. Remit 3, returning GST on rates. The staff recommendation is that we're against that. I'm actually that we should be in support of it. Now, the staff recommendation for that one there says that it would be more practical if we didn't have rates at all, but that's not what this remit is for. This remit is for the return of the GST. So I think that this remit isn't for the fact that we shouldn't pay GST, it's on the fact that we are paying it, we would like to get it back. So I think that we should be for it. We should be for it, but also have that in there somewhere. The other one that I wanted to comment on was number 7, water bottling. It says that we should abstain for the reasons that we don't have any known consent for water bottling in the Far North, that we support a holistic assessment. And all of that, but I do think that we need to, this is something that is extremely topical here in the Far North about water bottling. The fact that I've had a very strong voice come to me from residents and ratepayers and from iwi and hapu that they are dead against any form of water bottling in our district. We do not have that, which is really great, but I think that abstaining from this isn't the message we want to be putting out. I think that we should be in support of it based off what it is trying to achieve. Also, within that remit, it mentions that, if I can find what I had circled, that in the remit that local government New Zealand works with the government to undertake that holistic assessment, which is what we want to do. I would like to push for us to be in support of that remit. And finally, my iPad keeps freezing and kicking me out, and I keep going back in because I think this agenda is so big for it, it's trying to pick it up all the time. if I can just quickly. Finally, I just wanted to, on a personal level, Remit 9, the use of macrons by local authorities. Now, for someone who is so passionate about language revitalisation, something little like this, that's number 9 and we're in support of it, I don't think, and probably for all of these and for any kaupapa, people don't actually understand the amount of hours and work and passion people do put in behind some of these things that go ahead. I've been campaigning on things like this, especially for whangarei to be, for its official spelling to be officiated by the New Zealand Geographic Board with a macron on the second A. It is something that you spend hours working on and going backwards and forwards with different agencies on. And so having a stand like this, there's Local Government New Zealand, and making it easier for bodies to actually change their spelling to what it should be is something I'm very much for. And that's probably my 2 minutes. Kia ora.
2 minutes plus, but that's okay. It's not often that you're okay. Councillor Vucic, please, and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm saying the same comment just about as everybody else has, and that is remit number 3, the GST to be returned. My issue there is why not support this, as it creates the desired effect to a large degree, and I'm frightened that if we say no to GST at all, then that would be a step too far and we will achieve nothing. So I would support that. I have a question around Remit 5. I would have thought that information is available anyway, so I didn't see the point of that remit. I don't mind how you vote there. It seems redundant, and that's my comments. I'll keep them short. I don't want to be...
Well done. Very good. Thank you, John. Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm going to jump in here and propose an amendment based on the kōrero that we've already had. So I'd like to see us on Remit 1 support, on Remit 3 support, on Remit 5 support, and on Remit 7 support. And I will speak very quickly to each of those. So Remit 1, I think it's incredibly important for us to establish a local government sector approach, regardless of any work in progress that is being done on policy work. I think that us supporting a remit to this degree will not press pause on that policy work, but it's important that as a sector, as local government, we have a strengthened and collaborative voice on that point. On Remit 3, returning GST on rates, I would like to tautoko the points that Councillor Tepania has raised. I think we need to take any opportunity to strengthen the localism mandate that we have given LGNZ as a sector. And again, any opportunity we can get to really make sure that we have data in front of that conversation is important, which is leading me into supporting Remit 5 and ensuring that that data is accessible. I hear Councillor Vucic's points. I personally haven't tried to access that data, so I'm going to lean on the voice of Palmerston North District Council, and that they have struggled with that, and support them. And Remit 7, water bottling, tautoko all of Councillor Tepania's points. I think it's really important that we support that from environmental, social and cultural wellbeing aspects. Thank you, Your Worship. If I could get a seconder for that amendment, it would be much appreciated.
Good, you've got 20 more seconds if you wish. So who have we got next? David Clendon wishes to speak.
Hang on, did she get a seconder?
I'll second that recommendation of that amendment from Councillor Smith.
So I've got Councillor Smith, Councillor Tepania, who have moved the amendments. Councillor Clendon. You there, David? I thought I'd heard you take a deep breath.
Yes, and then I clicked mute again. Yeah, briefly, I do think we should support item 7, water bottling. Putting water in plastic bottles is a mindlessly stupid thing to do in my view. I think we should also support number 5, because I think that would be fascinating, and I think the government would be doing the work, not local government, not local authorities. that's information they have. It's simply a matter of extracting it and presenting it. I think we should support item 3. Getting back the GST on rates wouldn't be sufficient to properly fund local government, but would go a long way towards it. And for that reason, I'll support it. Number 2, I would support an amended version. I absolutely don't agree with the notion of value uplift and capture tools because they are incredibly arbitrary and contain a lot of fishhooks. Things like, for example, we're about to build over the next few years a sports facility at Waipapa. The logic of these capture tools is that anybody living within handy walking distance of that would actually be rated extra for that privilege, even if they opposed the establishment of those sports fields. Capture tools are a very clumsy tool. They're very, as I say, arbitrary. They can be very inequitable for all sorts of reasons. What I do support is the notion of developing a working group on affordable housing, which is the second of the 3 bullet points. As I say, if we can get some support just for that second bullet point, but oppose the other 2, would be my preference there. I'd encourage people to look at value uplift and capture tools because on the face of it, they seem very reasonable and potentially quite lucrative. But I think they're also incredibly inequitable and you start making all sorts of value judgments that I think we're ill positioned to make.
Okay. Thank you. Can I thank you for that? Can David Collard?
Yeah, just a support for Rachel's amendment. Just looking through, when I read through the remits, I certainly felt that we needed to be a little bit more positive with some of those, the support for those. So I'm in support of her amendment.
Okay, thank you. Let me just. Okay, so I don't have anyone else up here wishing to speak.
Your Worship, I have had my hand raised from the beginning.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I don't know where your hand raises. I'm looking at the chat thing here. Anyway, Councillor Court, there you go.
I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the blanket resolution to take all 11. I would prefer that each one was taken individually because each elected member holds quite views on them. I did send an email out to all of you on the 10th with my concerns regarding remit number 2, and I think it's, as we are in a public meeting, I think it's important to repeat what I said in that email. At the 32nd Annual General Meeting of New Zealand Local Government on the 7th of July 2019, Remit 10 was adopted. Remit 10 states social housing, that local government New Zealand in conjunction with central government, actually I won't read it out because I'll go over 2 minutes, but that amendment was adopted, and that is to review the provision of social housing and how social housing is funded in New Zealand. We are asked today to be considering we are being asked today to consider a similar remit, while the original remit is still live and is still being actioned, and it's back to front. So it asked us to seek to establish a working group on affordable housing comprising of relevant affected council, central government, MHD, Kaingaora, MSD, iwi and the community, and that a national housing policy statement be developed. Then it calls on the government to introduce legislation that would fully enable councils to address housing affordability in their community through a range of value uplift and capital tools. To me, the first step is we give effect to the remit that was introduced last year. The second step would be to introduce a national housing policy statement. And the third step would be to introduce legislation. The way the remit is drafted, it asked us to introduce legislation before we even know what the scope of the problem is. So I hold quite strong views that remit 2 is badly drafted.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? We've had reasonable coverage. So what I am going to do is to actually take each one separately, even though there's, I'm going to ask each of you to vote. And what I intend to do, rather than just have to go through and tick all the boxes. So, for example, number one, it's been moved and seconded that we support it. So I want to put that, and I want anyone who's against to express a view. And I assume that if you don't express a view, you're in favour. Is everyone happy if we do that system?
Excuse me, Your Worship.
Sean.
Just while elected members are considering that question, this would be unusual, but I wonder whether, since we're going to go through the list and get the show of hands for each item and then presumably vote on the wholesale amended motion, I wonder if the raise your hand facility on Teams might be excellent for this. If you were to just ask who was in favour, and for the elected members in favour to simply raise their hand on the item, and if it's a majority, then we can consider that that's the appropriate amendment.
Doesn't work on iPads, Sean.
Okay, in disregard, apologies for the interruption.
So thank you, Sean, for the suggestion. So on number one, the suggestion is we support it. Who is against us supporting public transport support? Is there any councillor who wants to vote against that? If not, I'm going to suggest that that is carried. Housing affordability. Councillors who are against, please express a view.
Councillor Court is opposed.
Councillor Smith is opposed.
Councillor Foy is opposed.
Okay. Councillor Foy, Councillor Clendon. Collard. Thank you. Right, so that. Anyone else, please? All right, so we'll say that I'll vote against that as well. So therefore, we're against that motion. Okay. Return of GST and support. We're suggesting that be supported. This is item 3. Yeah, can you just, whoever's typing, can they just put the words against in there? Take the rest out, please. Thank you. Right. Item 3, we're suggesting that
Your Worship,
change the support. Councillor Court is against. No, can we first change the word to support? Right, thank you. Now, Councillor Court is against. Is there anyone else against? If not, we'll assume that's carried in support. Item 4, we're in agreement with...
Your Worship, I'm against the GST one also.
Right, can we please... Okay, so that's thank you, Councillor Foy, and you're against this, Councillor Foy. Anyone else against supporting this?
I'm not against the natural hazards one.
You're not against, okay, thank you. I see, right, thank you.
Only the GST one.
Just the GST one, right. So we're supporting the natural hazards, the annual regional balance transfers, change that to support, please. Is there anyone against us supporting that?
Opposed, Your Worship. Councillor Court.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, we'll agree that that's in support. Local government election cycle, we have support. Is there anyone against that? Okay, item 7. Change the word to support. Thank you. Anyone against that? Okay, thank you. Item 8. We've got support. Anyone against that? Okay, we'll take that. The use of macrons, we've saying we support that. Anyone against that? Thank you very much. Rates rebate, we support. Anyone against that? Thank you. Local government CO2 emissions, we're in support. Anyone against that? So the resolution then will read that we support, just let me get that, we support all but 2, which is against. Okay, and I just need to check with Councillor Smith and Councillor Tepanier as the mover and seconder that you're happy with us having that as the motion.
I'm happy with that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Happy with that, Your Worship.
Okay, and then we just need to alter the comments at the bottom. Oh, the Councillor Tepania will attend as a delegate.
Your Worships, Councillor Court here.
Yes.
I was removed originally because of a conflicting schedule.
Yes.
Now that Local Government New Zealand annual general meeting date is to be moved.
May be moved, yes.
Yes, I'd like to have my name reinstated there. Good. And change servers to delegates, please.
Yes, please. Note that Councillor Court
we'll have to check with LGNZ that they'll be flexible with that date that they locked off when you could. Yeah.
No, they will. If the dates change, they certainly will, but we will check that. So we note the Deputy Mayor Court and Councillor Tepania will attend the thing and that they vote as delegates. Okay, so can we just go?
Where are we on that?
Beg your pardon?
Apologies for interrupting. Just to check whether or not LGNZ permit the Whanau District Council to have 3 delegates.
We will double check that, yes. Okay. Subject to, we'll double check that.
Confirmation of Local Government New Zealand.
They did have 5 spaces on their form where you could put in delegates, though, but we'll double check that.
Yeah, but we'll just confirm that. All right, so the motion now is that we support everything except housing for affordability, and it's noted that Councillor Courts and Councillor Tepania will attend along with the Mayor as delegates. And so I'm going to now ask everyone to vote on this. So can we put the vote up, please? It's moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Tepania. I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
In favour, thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Clendon?
In favour.
Councillor Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy?
In favour.
Councillor Radich? You there, Maddie? Councillor Stratford?
I'm going to have to abstain because I feel very passionately about that housing one.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Vucic?
In favour.
Thank you. And Maddie, are you there still? He's gone on us. Okay, we'll put a note him as an abstention at this stage. All right, so the motion is carried in the form that it is. Thank you very much for your participation. So we now come to 6.8 and
can you hear me, John?
I'd like to move that, Your Worship.
Hang on, sorry. So just before we got there, sorry, did I hear someone before Morkel spoke?
Councillor Radich, Chairman.
Oh, and saying...
Yeah, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I've been clicking on and off, you see, and I've just come back on again. So,
right. Yeah. So are you in favour of the remits resolution, Maddie?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, thank you. If we can just alter that, please. Thank you very much. And take him out from abstained. And now I want us to turn to page 285, please. And this is to do with voting system. Do I have a...
I believe Councillor Tepania has moved.
Happy to second, Your Worship.
So that's moved and seconded. Right. Councillor Tepania, do you wish to speak to this?
I would like to speak to this, Your Worship. I would just firstly like to congratulate and give kudos to our team who put together the Pipi and the Kete analogy campaign around our survey for this. It was looked on very favourably by our community, and it led to me making my debut on Māori TV's news service because they actually liked it so much, which was cool. I also would like to note that we had 637 votes come back from our campaign for this. Hamilton City Council have just actually voted to switch to single transferable voting, a much more resourced and bigger council than us. And I also note that they paid for ads that popped up here in the far north on Facebook and what have you, but they only had about 900 responses to this. So we were only 300 responses less than them, but you know, a population that's only a third of what that city has, or how, whatever it is. So I do want to speak very favourably towards our team for putting that together, and I also want to support us making the decision to switch over to single transferable voting. I note that we had 637 votes come back in, 406 were in favour of single transferable voting. That's 63.7% in favour, which I thought was quite interesting. There were 637 votes overall, and then the percentages, not the same numbers. Hamilton City had a 78.1% in support. I had some concerns that have been picked up in that Department of Internal Affairs paper that is tagged along with this recommendation about the fact that no voting system is perfect, but that there are things for and against both of them, and that this will be us making a switch for 2 election cycles and then reviewing it. So we've got that for us. I do hope that we get this over the line and try something different out. Sure.
Thank you very much. Rachel, do you wish to speak? And then I've got David Clendon wishes to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the interest of 2 minutes, I'd like to tautoko everything that Councillor Tepanea has said. I feel that he's taken a lot of words out of my mouth, so thank you, Councillor Tepanea, for raising that. I would just like to again commend our staff and commend our council for taking the step to enable our staff to go through this process. I'm incredibly proud to be sitting around the table with a council who are even considering this change. I know that there is a bit of fear around the table as to whether or not this would disable our voter turnout and confuse a lot of things, but to reference a quote that I quite often live by, it's to live a creative life, we must lose our fear of being wrong. So we have 6 years, as Councillor Tepanea has pointed out, to learn whether or not this is the best way to enable democracy for our district. And I'm in full support of testing those waters, talking the talk and walking the walk in terms of being a progressive council and leading the way in the sector of local government across our country. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Clendon.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to speak in support of the recommendation, and I agree with what Moko and Rachel have said. There is concern expressed that people will be confused or can't work an STV system. And of course, we've been doing it for health boards, DHBs, for a very long time. It's interesting that Kaipara District does use STV. And if you look at the last local body election, there were fewer informal votes cast in Kaipara as a percentage of the whole than in Far North District, which suggests to me that having the two systems, first past the post and STV, muddled up together on one paper is probably the most confusing outcome of all. As I've said before, my personal belief is that STV is more democratic, and I'm pleased to see there's obviously public appetite for this, with a survey coming back 2-1 in favour. The only other issue I'll bring up, which hasn't been mentioned, is if we choose not to support the recommendation, I think it highly likely that will be a call for a poll on this, which is going to cost the council $120,000, I believe, and I'd much rather see us cut to the chase and support it, recognising it's not irreversible. If we decide after 2 election rounds it went horribly wrong and it's a bad idea, a future council could revert to first past the post if they so chose. So I'm entirely in favour of the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clendon. I have got no one else who's indicated they wish to speak. Is there anyone else who wishes to?
Councillor Collard, Your Worship.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, look, I probably have to bring my old dinosaur out again. The only concern that I have are the people that perhaps don't see the social media and the methods of advertising this. So it's understanding and confusion. Probably a lot of the older folks do not like change, as opposed to myself. I'm not frightened of it, and I think that I can. I'm quite happy to embrace the new and try it, but I just urge us to be very sure that we educate our people to make sure that they understand what it is they're getting involved in. And perhaps it's being able to even refer back to MMP and GST and those things when they come in. I don't feel that the people really understood the process or what they were changing to. So it's about education for me. I will support the STV, but I just have these concerns about the understanding of the voter and the ratepayer.
Thank you, Councillor Clendon. I have got no indication of anyone else wishing to speak.
Your Worship, on the chat.
Yes,
Councillor
Foy.
I can't, anyway, I'm sorry, for some reason you're not showing up on my flat chat, but Felicity, the floor, oh, that's because I haven't lifted it up high enough. Right, gotcha. Right. Felicity, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you to Caroline and her team for the work done. I have had a look at the number of people that responded to the STV. I think that those that are engaged in local government politics, really enjoy it and spend a lot of time, effort relating to it. For example, our Sea Change group, they are particularly interested in this change and have lobbied for it. I just also note that a lot of people that have got the everyday things to do see that this type of voting system is very complicated. I personally am, in terms of the current health board system for voting, have had people say that they were too confused about it and they didn't actually vote for those people because it was too complicated. We don't have a very high turnout for voting in local government, and anything that we can do to make it simple and that will encourage people to vote, I think that we need to do that. On that basis, I do think that staying with first past the post is the best way forward. And I do appreciate the work done, though, but until I saw that an overwhelming number of people, in terms of the response, gave in support of STV, I think the numbers of those people that voted were far too low to be representative of our population.
Thank you, Councillor Foy. Councillor Vucic.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I support it. As Moko said, there's no ideal system. There's pluses and minuses in both of them. And STV, in my opinion, when you have a few people and many people going for a few positions, it's got a big plus. So, and in most cases, we have that. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Got to say that was under 2 minutes too, Councillor Vucic.
I'm getting better, and I'm putting pay to the rumour that I take all the time.
Okay.
Your Worship, Deputy Mayor Court and Councillor Stratford would like to speak.
Oh, right. Okay. Councillor Anne, Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Foy in that I think it can be very, very confusing. I know when you get your voting form, if you're voting STV for District House Board and first past the post for your NRC or council positions, quite often people carry forward the same type of voting. So they go tick, 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 then they get to STV and tick, tick, tick. So I think if it's all STV, that'll make it a lot simpler and we'll get less margins of error or less informal votes. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time for people to get used to it. So the education campaign is critical on how we sell this message. I just want to make the observation that it's going to take away bragging rights and I quite like bragging rights.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stratford.
Kia ora. Sorry, I forget which device I'm on to unmute. Oh my goodness, everybody has covered it well off. I guess all I can add is I'm rearing to go with STV. Let's go to go. I don't agree that it's too complicated, and in the information that we've provided in this report, it says that turnout was higher than the national average for places that went to STV. And yeah, with our voter turnout being challenging, I think that if, like what Anne said, if we switch to STV, which the DHBs are on, it'll be less complicated for everybody. And yeah, everybody, Councillor Smith, I agree with you, Councillor Tepania, and Councillor Clender, they've well covered it. I don't need to talk for 2 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. If there's no other speakers, I'm going to ask Moko if he wishes to reply.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Just thank you very much for the really good discussion we've had here as councillors. I think that we talk about having low voter turnout, and we do. From memory, though, I think ours was 47% and the national average was 43%. So far north are better than the national average at getting out to vote. I think that the discussions around it being too complicated, it is complicated, but what we're actually going to be doing is helping the District Health Board, helping our region out by switching to STV to make things better. And maybe our District Health Board, if the Ministry of Health doesn't take that away from take voting people onto the District Health Board away, is actually going to help the turnout for that as we align ourselves across. So thank you very much for the discussion, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we all work.
Thank you very much. Okay, can we put the vote up, please? Thank you. Now, Councillor Tepania and Councillor Smith are in favour. Councillor Court?
In favour, thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Clendon?
In favour.
Councillor Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy?
Very convincing arguments in favour.
Councillor Radich?
Aye.
Councillor Stratford?
Sorry, I was just doing woohoo! Yes, aye.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
We can assume that a wahoo is, and I intend to abstain because I do have a view, but I'm pleased to see that this is led by particularly our young people, and congratulations everybody. The motion is carried, and I just want to thank Jane Banfield for the work that she's done. Just note that she's worked hard on this, and congratulations to her and her team. Thank you all very much. Now we will go to page 319, 6.9, page 319, to do with the alphabetical voting, and I will move this motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second this, Your Worship.
Thank you. I don't intend to comment on it, but as you're well aware, I don't intend to stand at the next election, so whether I'm a C or a V is not important, but there may be others with initials that are not C that might want to comment, but so I won't speak, but the floor is open if people wish to speak.
I'll make a quick comment, Mr. Mayor, in my usual fashion. As a V, and evidence has shown that the further down the list you are, the disadvantage you are, but I'm going to support it anyway.
Thank you.
Question, if you wouldn't mind, Your Worship, to Councillor Vucic. Has he got any evidence to suggest that that might change under an STV system?
It's the order that people go through, so I think the evidence didn't look at the voting system, but rather the list that you presented at. By the way, I'm not worried. I believe our voters are intelligent.
Right. Thank you. Any other comment that people have?
Councillor
If not-
Smith.
Oh, sorry. Right, thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess in the interest of the fact that we have just been progressive and changed our song sheet in applaud of that, I would like for members to consider whether or not we would like to test the waters on this one as well. There is a lot of commentary around whether or not this has an effect. And as we sit here and we go through our voting order in alphabetical, we do have a diverse range of alphabetically listed surnames. So I'm not sure how much science it is. So I guess this is me just testing the waters and asking whether or not we would like to consider also chucking it all in there and testing something different.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Worship. To be consistent with my last comments and great debate in that regard, I do think that we need to be as simple as possible with any voting, and so that's why I agree with the current recommendation to have it in alphabetical order so that people can find the name that they're searching for as easy as possible. So now we're moving to a new voting system. I think that we need to have every other aspect as simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon.
Yeah, thank you. I support the motion, the recommendation, in large part because it's come from staff. As politicians, elected people, we all have a self-interest in this, and I commend Councillor Vucic on not pushing for a reverse alphabetical, which may be a disadvantage, I don't think. But I think, frankly, if we follow the staff recommendation, then nobody can point a finger and say, well, yes, as a C, I'm all for A to Z, and as a V, Councillor Vucic might prefer an opposite order, but I think when we take an objective staff analysis, that's probably the safest and best bet for a group of politicians.
Okay, thank you. Belinda? Sorry. Belinda, do you wish to comment, or are you just commenting on the chat?
No, John, just thank you. You wish just commenting on John's.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no other comment, I don't intend to have a right of reply, so I'll put the vote up, please. I'm in favour, of course, and Councillor Tepani is in favour. Councillor Court?
In favour, thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Councillor Collard?
Aye.
Councillor Foy?
Aye.
Councillor Radich?
Yep.
Councillor Smith?
Aye.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
Right, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Let's turn to 6.10 on page 322. And I will move this so we can have a discussion. Do I have a seconder, please?
I will second that for you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Right, I don't intend to speak to this. Moko, do you wish to speak to it?
I agree with the report, better to align with how things are nationally. So,
okay, thank you. Is any other comments that councillors wish to make? It's
Councillor Clendon, Your Worship.
Councillor, right.
And Councillor Stratford.
Okay, well, that's right.
And Councillor Court.
Thank you.
And Smith.
Councillor Stratford, Councillor Clendon, and who else did you say?
Deputy Mayor Court and Councillor Smith.
Court, Smith, right. Kelly? Are you there, Kelly?
Yes, I'm here.
The
So
floor is yours.
I'm probably all on my own here, but I would like to reduce the period that election hoardings can be up to 6 weeks, not increase it to 9 weeks. Whilst the general election guidelines advise their candidates, that they can put their hoardings up for 9 weeks out from the election. I know when we previously did the bylaw back in the day, which is null and void, and then the policy, many members of the community just don't want to see these billboards, full stop. So the longer that they're out there, the more they are antagonised by them, and we bear the brunt of complaints and mess on the side of the road when they get demolished or vandalised. And yeah, I would like to see it reduced to 6 weeks, and that's in line with a number of other councils. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councillor Clendon.
Yeah, thank you. Having spent many hours putting billboards up and maintaining them over the years, I'd happily ban the wretched things, but that's probably not a practical way forward. Now, my only question is, I'm just a bit confused. In the recommendation, C3, it talks about a state highway corridor not permitted at or above the 70k speed limit zone, which says you can only put them in, to my mind, if the speed limit's 60 or below. That's slightly at odds. Within the discussion on page 323, it talks about NZTA rules above the 70 kilometre per hour zone. So I'm just not clear. Does NZTA say they cannot be placed if the speed limit's higher than 70, or does it say that they can't be placed if the speed limit is 70k, as indicated in the recommendation? So I'm just uncertain. I'm relaxed either way, but it's, as I say, we just need clarity on that, I think.
Your Worship, we have the report author Caroline Wilson with us. Perhaps Caroline could help.
Thank you.
Thank you, through your worship, and a very good pickup, Councillor Clendon. In relation to this, the clause, I think the clause itself, C3, is the accurate clause. It's probably my writing within the report in terms of the discussion and options that is making it a little bit ambiguous. Within the discussions, it should be at or above the 70 kilometre per hour zone.
Thank you.
David, I hope that satisfies you.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. That's good.
Thank you. Councillor Cord.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be a little provocative and suggest that we don't have election hoardings at all. Every 3 years, that just creates an enormous amount of problems in council. Panty bunching comes to the fore, elected members dobbing on each other left, right and centre, vandalising billboards, people putting them up in the wrong place, obstructing visibility on the highway. I think they're just a pain in the neck. And I really love to do a poll of the public and say, have you ever voted for someone based on a pretty billboard? I'd be really disappointed if anybody answered yes to that. So I just think, get rid of them.
Thank you for that comment. I suspect that's probably not going to happen, but anyway, well done. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I hear what Deputy Mayor Court is saying. Perhaps that's a bigger conversation that we need to consider as a sector as well going forward. I really just wanted to commend Carolyn and her staff on the agility of reviewing the policy related to this. One thing I have learnt in my brief time in council so far is the process to review a lot of our policies and what the time frame of that takes. So I really just wanted to recognise their ability to work with the process and to make sure that we get it done all in one hit as opposed to spacing it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Felicity, do you wish to?
Your Worship, I sent you a note just to remind everybody that, well, the purpose of the chat, I think we've got councillors talking about amendments and seconding.
Yep. Can you please just, so that I can follow it, okay, just please indicate if you wish to speak or not comment. Okay, is there anyone else wishes to speak?
Felicity?
Felicity, do you wish to speak? Yep, floor is yours.
Yes. I'd like to second the motion from Councillor Stratford to reduce the period from 9 weeks to 6 weeks. I think that 6 weeks is more than long enough to have the billboards up. And I think it's a good medium for the public to have them for as little as possible, but also to still allow them.
So we'll just have to check with Kelly whether she's actually moving an amendment or not.
Yes, I did, Your Worship.
You did, okay. So we changed
in my rant.
Okay, all right. So we changed the wording from 9 weeks to 6 weeks.
And for staff's benefit, do we need to have that, reflect that we mean from going forward? Like not this current period?
Through you, Your Worship, I would suggest seeking some guidance from Caroline. She's indicating she's got something she'd like to say to you on this one.
Yes, please do.
Thanks.
Caroline.
Thank you, through your worship. I just want to highlight the fact that the current policy, as it's worded, obviously aligns. We have a disconnect. We will have a disconnect between the district plan rules, which are 8 weeks, and the 9 weeks with aligning with central government. But we currently already have a disconnect with our 2 months in the election hoardings policy on public land versus the district plan rules, which have 8 weeks. So I'm just highlighting the fact that there would be a larger disconnect between the district plan rules, which governs signage on private properties, and those on council properties. If we went to 6 weeks, that divide would become greater. So I just want members to be aware of that. At the moment, we have a request into the district plan team that if this motion is passed for 9 weeks, that they will align the district plan rules for private land to those 9 weeks. So just bearing in mind that that should then follow through into the district plan rules as well when the district plan is notified and finalised.
Thank you, Caroline.
You. Sorry, very wordy.
Whatever we decide, whether it be 9 weeks or 6 weeks, we'll have to alter the district scheme.
Sorry, can I just point out, though, that the issue is around seeing them on public land. That, we have very rare occasions of where people get annoyed at them on private land.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we change the wording from 9 to 6. Kelly, do you want to add as mover any... Sorry, I should ask first of all, is there anybody wishes to speak on the subject, on the amendment?
Yeah, Mayor Carter.
Mayor Lee?
Yeah, no, I support Kelly's up for 6 weeks. I actually don't use the bloody things. But, yeah, I noticed with the new election coming up, there's hoarding boards up and they're already being defaced. And this is what's happening lately. So, no, a 6 week period would be great.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, please. David here.
Thank you.
Could I just suggest that I don't have a problem with changing it to 6 weeks, but ought we to flag the intention to amend the district plan so that the two do align? That's going to be an obvious objection people do bring up. So perhaps Kelly might consider adding a line to say that we will amend the district plan accordingly to get consistency between private and public land.
Yep, if we can add some wording along those lines. 6 weeks and clause 7, and that the district plan be amended accordingly. Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Caroline, you happy with that wording? Something of that nature?
Absolutely. I can't see it on the screen, but I think that sounds fine. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Is there any other comment from anybody, please? If not, I intend to put the amendment, which has been moved by Kelly and seconded by Felicity. So if we can have the vote up, we assume that Kelly and Felicity are in favour. Councillor Court, please.
Abstain, thank you, Your Worship.
Abstain, thank you. Councillor Clendon.
Support.
Support. Councillor Collard.
Support.
Councillor Felicity's already in favour. She seconded the amendment.
So you're coming along.
Councillor Radich is in favour.
Aye, yeah.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford is in favour because she moved it. Councillor Tepanea.
In favour.
Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
Okay, and I'll abstain as well, given that I'm not involved directly. So that motion, the amendment's carried. So now that becomes part of the substantive motion. So I'm now going to go through and ask for voting. So if we can have the vote up, please. It was moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tepanea. Thank you. So I'm in favour. Councillor Tepanea is in favour. Councillor Court?
Abstain, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon?
In favour.
Councillor Collard?
Support.
Councillor Foy?
Support.
Councillor Radich?
Yep.
Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
Okay, so thank you very much. That's carried. So that now brings us, folks, to a question I have. We've got the Chief Executive's report and then we go into public exclusion. We can now break for lunch now and come back at, say, 1:30 and do the Chief Executive's report and then public exclusion. Would that be appropriate for us to adjourn now, or would you rather do the Chief Executive's report and then break for lunch?
That's a really long lunch.
Pardon?
That's an hours long lunch.
It's too long for lunch? Okay, well, we can try and come back at, say, 1:10. So if we adjourn...
Sorry, could I suggest we cover the Chief Exec's report?
Okay.
Because for the people who might be watching online or whatever they do, they can then have the afternoon off.
Okay, we will adjourn for lunch. We'll adjourn for lunch once we've done the Chief Executive's report. So I will move the motion on 7.1 on page 327. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Comments, please. Questions? Oh. The floor is open, councillors. Oh, perhaps, I beg your pardon. First of all, I should ask the Chief Executive to comment.
Thanks, Your Worship.
Sure.
Elected members, a 2-month end of period report which coincides with the end of the financial year from 1st of May through to the 30th of June. This one in a period that's been characterised by extraordinary efforts that we've all been party to, staff and elected members, to minimise the impacts of drought and COVID-19 lockdown. Lots of extra work to preserve the situational awareness and the decision-making of elected members through the crisis, and thanks very much for your generous feedback on how we managed to sustain the operation without the ability to meet. Lots of careful management of remote working staff in a way that kept our outputs as high as was possible under the circumstances, and at the same time delivered our essential services and met our health and safety obligations. And all of that peppered, as you're intimately aware, with an extraordinary amount of joint activity bidding for rounds of recovery funding. I think perhaps one of the highlights for the period has been experimenting with not bringing staff back as a progressive council, looking for opportunities to save ratepayer dollars, improve our workforce conditions and reduce the amount of carbon footprint and time spent on the roads. This is an ongoing experiment which has placed us, by the way, in extraordinarily good circumstances for resilience and business continuity as we go into another wave of COVID potentially. So we are being rewarded in lots of ways for this digital first approach, or digital heavy approach, that we've taken as a council. And I think we're all potentially, well, in reality, significant beneficiaries in terms of elected members, staff, and ultimately the ratepayer. With a sustained operating rhythm, good levels of information flows, although you may wish to comment on that, and sustained decision-making through a time when we were locked down. Another highlight is the frantic effort to put in what totalled around $370 million worth of extraordinary bids over and above everything that we've planned to be able to invest in our district. That was an extraordinary effort by a lot of staff and elected members. And of course, we're getting good information now that the totals in the win are around the $66 million mark, which is extraordinary and has its own challenges in terms of how to spend going forward. I think it's worth mentioning here too that the period's seen a significant reorganisation of how the district manages well-being, and there's a lot more to come on this, but it's around significant learnings from civil defence and how their mission extended from a normal civil defence mission into well-beings from delivery of blankets and water and food and so forth across the district, merged with what we're seeing from the Crown and the Caring for Communities initiative, which I think is likely to persist under this government and maybe under the next. And then a lot of post-COVID employment campaigning in recession, so how to get people into the workforce. The cards are up in the air, but we're seeing a resetting of how our welfare and well-being is managed at district level and even regional level. More to come on that. A challenging period for leadership, but also very rewarding. Thanks for your support as we come out of that period. We got excellent feedback from our staff on surveys around the leadership that was thrown or shown at all levels of the organisation. We significantly lost Marian Rehana, one of our most valued staff, and we were able to support her whānau and to support the tangi to the maximum possible under the lockdown circumstances that we had during the period. Staff are grateful, Your Worship, for the recognition that you've given us through a letter from yourself, from councillors and from community boards on how we've handled things through the drought and pandemic. And we've taken the opportunity to on forward the specific recognition for key players through our ongoing Love Your Work awards, which are turning out to be quite popular. Look, as per my summary for this report, just to remind ourselves of the achievements, and there are many fingers in the pie on the delivery of these things, but it saw the purchase of the land at Waipapa for the sports field being finalised, and that's a really significant and quite edgy purchase in terms of the land that we've acquired and what options we've got to pare that down to the area required for the sports field and to develop or co-develop the rest. Launching the Nothing But Net digital strategy, which you've considered today, it really is an outstanding piece of work, even compared with the best of our normal standards. So that's great to see that public campaign work so successfully. Council Mark is looming, but significantly I've just circulated a case study. We were one of 2 districts selected for a review in terms of a case study of how we've approached the use of Council Mark to transform our organisation. It's a really remarkable endorsement of everything we've done, and I hope you get a chance to read that soon as we work towards a workshop where it's relevant. And of course, we got Council Mark feedback on FN 2100 through a digital lounge, which worked quite well as well. Not to mention the climate change roadmap being adopted during the period. So some really big wins in the 8-week period that we've reported on, and good work done by all. Can I just mention, if I may, Your Worship, just while I've got the floor, that in the continuing changes that we're making to be a more honed council, we've got some new emphasis on elected member training and development. This is about making your opportunities as elected members more deliberate, more a policy set to guide how we can raise skills, a practice that will be improved, and a budget that will be reset. And in the short term, we've got Will, Taylor and Caroline who will be talking to you. They've already been talking to a couple of you to invite each of you to sit down and look at what your needs are in training and development in order to round out the matrix of skills that are represented at the council level. So we hope that's a satisfier as well. And I hand back to Your Worship.
Thank you, Sean, for that. Councillor Court, do you wish to comment? And then I think Councillor Vucic.
I think the first thing we need to do is buy a stopwatch. 2 minutes.
Oh, I appreciate the report from the officer is not limited to 2 minutes.
Oh, no fear, Your Worship, no fear. 3 things. Waipapa Sports Hub. I get concerned when the message is repeated so often that it becomes the truth. There is no plan to develop or co-develop the balance allotment that we don't need. Elected members have consistently asked for a report to come back to council to put all the options on the table. I'm aware that Councillor Foy has a view in regard to retaining large allotments for future use by communities. There are also requirements from IAMS and other community views that have been expressed. So I just need to be really, really careful with the messaging here that if we say often enough we're going to develop or co-develop the balance of allotment, that becomes the truth in the public's mind. And I just want to be really sure that no decision has been made in that space. The second item is Church Road, which I'm getting mixed messages from the reports. So Church Road appears in some places and then doesn't appear in other places. So to my mind, Church Road is still in the matrix until it's not in the matrix. So I just would like that tidied up, please. And the third item is in regard to page 368, it talks about applications for connections to our wastewater scheme. I'd really like some feedback, please, on how many are outside the area of benefit, because I don't think we have a connections policy, and I think it would be really helpful for the district plan team and for infrastructure planning to know that we are actually meeting the needs, the expectations of the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sean, if you can take notes and respond at the end. Councillor Vucic, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. On page 353, we're looking at the financial summary there. I just note, and I'd like a comment, that the operational expenditure is above budget, and there's a variation. And the one that I wouldn't have mind being above budget, capital works, is again trending below. So I'd like comments on those. So we've got operational increasing, yet our capital works has not met what we expected in budget. And then the second thing is the following page, customer satisfaction index has actually dropped again. I don't know if there's a correlation with COVID there, but I noticed there is a drop, and it could well be a correlation. But this is June, when there's supposedly we were out of lockdown. And thank you, Sean and Caroline, for finally the implementation of governance training. As I said, I think that is one of our major risks for governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few points to raise, so I'll try and keep it as quick as possible. Firstly, page 339, I just want to acknowledge the outstanding effort that our comms and engagement team have put in over the lockdown period to ensure that our communities can be as informed as possible within the resource that we've got. I'd specifically like to acknowledge the outside-the-box thinking in terms of developing an Instagram account for Far North District Council. I've had fantastic feedback on that so far, and I look forward to that continued way of working. Page 343, I'd really like to acknowledge the collaboration between staff and elected members on the Whenua Māori Rating Bill submission that we made. I look forward to receiving a copy of that submission to our strategy committee in due course. And I just want to reiterate again that we have a really good opportunity in front of us to cement the process that we as a council want to look at how we have input into that submission process, acknowledging the timeframes that we are constrained with. Page 349, and this is perhaps a bit more of a question, but I note that there's been a reservation software for booking workspaces installed to enable a more agile way of working. I'd just like to raise that there is potential opportunity, and I would, as an elected member, like to see that we may be considered for access to that so that we can also work within the system to ensure that as elected members, we're able to access workspaces when needed. Page 351 talks about the dashboard reporting for the BCA and the use of the business intelligence that our building and resource consent team are using. And I've made this comment at the regulatory committee, but want to reiterate how much of an enabler of governance oversight that software is. I'm really hopeful that we can look at how we further utilise that across the organisation. It's succinct and it really helps to understand what timeframes we're looking at and what that date and promise process looks like. I think that it's, as a new elected member, it really helps me keep a handle on what we're supposed to be achieving. And then finally, page 367, thank you, Your Worship. I just had some concerns around the timeframe delivery of our infrastructure strategy. I note that it's highlighted in the IAM's business report, and two parts to this, I guess, or sorry, just one part. My question is whether it says that it will be reported in the next business report in terms of how we're going to enable that time slippage. I just want to know if that's going to be reported in the business report or if we need to wait till the next CEO quarterly report, taking into account that our infrastructure strategy is part of our long-term planning process and we have legislative requirements for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. David Clendon, then McCaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and can I thank the CE for a very comprehensive report. I think it's an excellent sign that the council is putting this level of detail out into the public domain. Love it or loathe it, at least people know now the reality of what's actually going on around the place and they're well informed. I've got two questions and then just a comment. Question is around page 338, about $900 worth of salary savings year to date. I just wonder what became, presumably because we are carrying some vacancies, I just wonder if that money to be reassigned or what becomes of that fund. Similarly, training costs. It's clear we are underspending on training costs, and I don't doubt the senior leadership team commitment to developing our staff. So I just wonder what we can do to ensure staff are getting access or that we are spending that money. And it would be nice to see it get up closer to that sector average, perhaps of 4% rather than 1.3. So a couple of questions about that. Similar vein on page 341, on May 21st, Council resolved to employ a sustainability program coordinator. And I just wonder how we're progressing to filling that role. I think it's becoming a bit urgent that we do, given our commitment to emission reduction, carbon footprints, waste minimisation, all of those things, which I think that role could contribute to. So I'd just like to know how we're progressing with that. And comment, just on page 376, there's a reference to under district facilities. A conversation has been had with the Friends of Wairau Stream and Vision Kerikeri about work being done on the stream. There's a comment there that some work resulted in a slip. In fact, that initially it was believed that work being done by volunteers caused the slip, but I think it's been accepted that in fact the work had nothing to do with it. The slip simply happened, as they do. More significantly, there's reference to a volunteer agreement, and I just want to acknowledge that I think there's been a fair bit of toing and froing between staff and the organisation in question about getting that volunteer agreement signed. And I think it's very close now to where it will be signed. And while I understand that staff, I believe, have found that a little bit longer-winded than they might have wished, I do think that these volunteer agreements are going to become more common as we engage with community contributors to fulfilling all sorts of ambitions the council has. So I think that time has been an investment, actually. I do think, and I've been kept in touch with this, I think the document in question is actually a better document than it was originally. So I'll just comment, I think while that might have been time consuming, I think that time has been an investment so that for future agreements with other volunteer groups, I think they might go a little more smoothly in the future and hope. So, yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, David. McCall.
Sure. I just wanted to comment on the Broadwood Swing Bridge on page 373. And I note that it has been handed to project delivery, and once a project manager is assigned, an appropriate party will be engaged and the project will carry on. And I guess I just want to ensure that wherever this project is, that North Hokianga and Broadwood kept fully informed of where this is within council. The last thing I want is that our community development advisor has been in North Hokianga and spoken to the community about this, and it gets handed over to project delivery, and we know that we've got a mountain load of mahi to do the council and funding that's coming in for our council, and that this then gets left and this community isn't updated that, hey, it's been passed here and it's waiting this month, all of this is happening, that we just make sure that we keep that community in the loop and that we didn't have someone from council go out there and get all of their amazing ideas on what they would like to see, because the swing bridge is going to be taken down, but then nothing happens for another 3 years or something like that. If we can take this community along the entire journey that will be a part of the swing bridge getting dismantled.
Thank you, Moko. Dave Collard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Sean for a comprehensive report. Couple of comments and laced with questions in them. Page 353, similar to John Vucic, operational expenditure being $10 million more than budget. One would assume that is a result of the COVID and drought operational fixing, I would imagine. And going down to the capital works, the budget being down, we achieved 60%. Now, again, I'm assuming that it is a COVID and drought issue, but probably just moving on to a 374 in terms of the summary of abatement notices. 4 or 5 of those have been around for some time, right up to 4 years. And my question is, are we likely to be making progress in fixing these problems, which do tend to be environmental issues in the end? Thank you.
Thank you. Right, does anyone else wish to make comment before I ask Sean to reply? Felicity, you wish to comment? Felicity?
Thank you, Worship. So it was just on the matters relating to infrastructure, specifically Project Darwin on page 365. The matters there highlight that budgets for condition surveys and the annual plan are to be confirmed following discussion with elected members. This is a significant opportunity for the central government funding that's highlighted to become available if we sign the offered MOU. Particularly as condition assessments are operational funds and therefore directly affect rates. We need to ensure that we're smart about how we spend that money and to get the best bang for buck to reduce the burden on the ratepayers' potential costs coming directly from rates. Further to that, page 366, I'd like to see a paper come to the Infrastructure Committee relating to wastewater treatment plant replacement program. It's great to see that we're making progress on that and that we're getting some more detail about exactly what work will be required for our systems and the upgrade requirements and therefore costs for those. Because I can see that being a significant risk, particularly for costs, for the significant amount of work with the cumulative effect of the number of wastewater treatment plants that are so old and need updating. In terms of the next page, 367, I
20 seconds left, Felicity.
I agree with Councillor Smith. For our infrastructure committee, we need a report about the infrastructure strategy progress and risks to that, and any resourcing and financial issues that may result from this delay, and if we need to address those as elected members in our governance role. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, we've gone past the 3 hours where we're meant to have a 10-minute break. I think everybody who wishes to make comment has. We can do one of two things: adjourn now for lunch and come back and ask Sean to respond when we resume the meeting at, say, 1:30, or we can take a 10-minute break and then ask Sean to reply and then come back, have a break for lunch. My advice is that we actually adjourn now and ask Sean to reply in a half hour's time when we resume the meeting. Is there any disagreement with that? Otherwise, we've got 10 minutes and then Sean and then half an hour for lunch. Everyone happy for us to break for lunch now? Okay,
Yes.
I will declare the meeting adjourned, and we will come back and Sean will respond to the questions and comments that have been made, and then we will go into, or we will put a motion to go into in committee. All right, thank you all for your participation, and we'll look to come back at 1:30, please. All right, well, we're all present and correct as such. So I will declare the meeting resumed. And Sean, if we can ask you to just respond to any of those comments or that were made on your report prior to us adjourning for lunch. And I hope, well, just before you do, by the way, I suspect most, if not all of you know, but there's 13 cases of COVID in Auckland. And I'm not sure whether it's 13 plus the 4 or whether it's, but anyway, there's quite a number. So at this stage, it's still confined to Auckland, but I just thought I'd give you that quick update. Sean.
Thanks, Your Worship. There are lots of comments in there rather than questions, but if I can just go through each of the speakers, and I'll pull in a couple of SLT commentators just on the more detailed questions. But thank you, Councillor Court, for your comments. I do acknowledge the Waipapa Sports comment. Thank you for that. We'll take under advisement the question about the results for how many of the requests for connection to Kerikeri wastewater treatment plant were outside the area of benefit. That is an interesting question, and we'll get some data for you. I'll just throw to Andy Finch, if I can, to make a brief comment on Church Road.
Yeah, through the chair, we are aware around the sensitivities of the road sealing program, so the intention is to bring a full paper via the NTA to the Infrastructure Committee either in September or October, detailing the progress and situation on the current program of road sealing, but also to move and give visibility of the future program. So that will be coming forward to Infrastructure Committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Questions from Councillor Vucic on finance and on the CSI index, customer service index. I just, if I can, pull in the questions from Councillor Collard as well. Look, the variations in the financial outturn are noted. Everything is profoundly impacted by the COVID crisis that we went through. Whatever it was we thought we planned for, lost its connection with reality in around March. So I think you're seeing that reflected in the records, and we've been more detailed in our account of that with the CEO's KPI report. But we welcome any more conversation on that if you like. I might just pass over to Janice, who can give you a couple of insights into the macro on those variations.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of the report, I think you need to bear in mind that this is the May report on page 353, so this is not the end of year position. We were unable to get that ready in time for this report. If you look at the report itself, there's a line towards the bottom and under the operating expenditure called gain loss on disposal. There's a very large $9 million number in there, and that's an accounting entry we have to do every year when we are disposing of assets and bringing new assets onto our books. So that does apply some distortion to the numbers at the bottom of the report. We have increased contractor and professional fees, largely due to the drought. And we're also missing some income at this point in May for the PGF funds, which was around the $2 million mark. So those things kind of balance themselves out.
Thanks, Janice.
Thank you.
Just on the CSI index, Councillor Vucic, look, if you take a look at the graph on page 354, again with the disruptions that we had through the multiple crises, I'm quite proud of the staff's effort in the record up to February 2020. Immediately before that began, you'll note that the CSI index is at 84, and by that point had already been sitting at or above the annual target, so we had achieved early, but the entire pitch has changed since then, and the data is quite it's quite unreliable from that point on for a number of reasons as we went through a couple of months in lockdown and then recovery to follow. So we'll have to try and figure out how to report on this for you, but we do acknowledge the dip for sure from the beginning of the crisis onwards. To Councillor Smith, thanks for your recognition of the collaborations Rachel. The reservations for workspace for elected members will certainly take for a look at, so we'll get back to you on that. Your point on the business intelligence function is well taken. I just draw to everyone's attention that we should be patting ourselves on the back, all of us, for the fact that that business intelligence function never existed at all until about 24 months ago. And it really is all about quality of data to you and to SLT for our decision making. We have seen some quality dashboarding come out of that function, and we're open to all suggestions about what better dashboarding and what other ideas for dashboarding could be supported. On your point about time slippage for infrastructure strategy, I just ask Andy Finch to make a comment.
So through the chair, again, I refer to the report was written some 6 to 8 weeks ago, so things have moved on post the original lockdown and the drought. You will recall at the first Capital Works Programme workshop that we had a few weeks ago now, we had Ruben Wiley, who presented on the infrastructure strategy, progress and what's happening. It is progressing. We have taken out district facilities, forming part of that strategy. It's not a mandatory requirement, and by doing so, that will allow us to progress that more swiftly. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. For Councillor Clendon, thanks for the recognition of the quality of the report. We appreciate that. Page 338 on salary savings. Yes, for your information, we very intentionally did not fill a significant number of positions, around 24 vacant, as we went into the crisis on purpose. And you may recall this because of the several $1 million of unplanned expenditure into water resilience, 2 schemes up at Kaitaia, one in Kaikohe, one over in Omapli, and it did do the trick. It was the major part of our cost savings to try and offset operational costs over that period. So we certainly get that we've got a hand tied behind our back as we go into the challenges with those power lines still empty, and we'll certainly be intending to fill them as quickly as we can. Training costs for staff. Look, thanks again for recognising the value of training, not just to elected members, but to our staff. We have simply been distracted from the normal activities in that space, and we'll be pushing to get those investments back up as well. On your point regarding the staffing of the climate change person, thanks for the grace that you gave us to head away and try and figure out a way how to fund that position. I'll just hand over to Daryl to comment if I can.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Yes, so for the climate change coordinator, we've been developing a position description now that's being sized at the moment, and we plan to be out into the market very shortly. There was a short delay, as others have sort of mentioned. There was a short delay as we worked through with the organisation on the vacancies in the FTEs. As we came out of COVID, we just needed to define a number of positions were put on hold at that point, and we needed to work through with the organisation which ones will be filled and where that gap would come from. So that's why there was a small delay in that regard, but you should see that in the marketplace shortly.
Good work, Daryl. Thank you. From Councillor Tipinia, Broadwood Swing Bridge dismantling, certainly understood. There'll be we're going to make sure there's better comms around North Hokianga and the Broadwood communities to make sure that they are kept up to speed with what's going on. Your point's well taken. There was one non-financial question from Councillor Collard on page 374, abatement notices. I might just get Andy to speak briefly to that. Thanks, Andy.
Through the chair, yes, the list of abatement notices current abatement notices have been detailed on that page. Against each one is the actions underway. So we have been progressing the remedial actions across many of those abatement notices. And just for example, we still have Paia wastewater treatment plant that is shown as an abatement notice. That is we have completed all our work in terms of the remediation, the new works to complete that, and we're now waiting for NRC to withdraw that abatement notice. Similarly, if you look through the actions underway and the comments in that table, you'll note that a number of those still are just awaiting NRC to withdraw their notice. So it does look an extensive list. However, a lot of the remedial work has been done, and where it hasn't, we flagged that in the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. And finally, Councillor Foy. Look, thanks for noting the quality of the wastewater treatment plant upgrade forecast, the fact that it exists at all, and for noting the opportunity that we've got for a program of condition assessment yet to be funded, of course. If elected members have any follow-on questions or any later thoughts, please just feel free to email them through to me, and we'll get a response turned around as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for that. Okay, and yes, if we can just email any further updates. Sorry, did someone want to say something?
Yeah, it's me, Mayor Carter, Matty.
Oh, Matty, hi.
Just Sean, regarding Andy's comment regarding the proposed, and it's going to be proposed sealing of Church Road. I don't think he answered it very well, because we need to know what the hell's going on there, because it's going to backlash us big time up here, and I mean it.
Can we come back to you, Councillor Radich? We wouldn't mind getting your specific questions. We'll help you in every way we can out of session, if it suits you.
Yep.
I think that is important, because the information I'm getting from staff regarding this road, someone's, and I'll tell you straight, not telling the truth. So we need to sort it out.
Yep. So Sean and Andy can sort that out with you, Matty. That'll be very helpful. And quite honestly, we all need to know. So we'll look at that. That'll be good. All right. So the resolution is that we have received the report. I'm in favour. And I can't think who seconded it. If somebody can remind me who.
Councillor Vucic.
Councillor Vucic. Thank you. Councillor Court.
In favour. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Clendon.
Support.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Radich.
Support.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
Support.
And of course, John Vucic has approved because he's second. Right, thank you. So that's passed unanimously. Now, just before we go, I move the resolution to go into public exclusion. I'd just like to give the floor to Adele and to Belinda. If you have any community board issues you wish to raise with us, if you would draw those to our attention, please. Adele and or Belinda.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, not at this point in time. We have our next community board meeting on the 25th of August. So, yeah,
All right.
at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, Belinda.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Not really direct community board issues, but just as a result of where we are now at the moment, tourism operators are extremely concerned with this level 2. The cancellations are pouring in, and the police, North Shore Rodney Police, are telling people that they won't be able to travel north for the weekend. So we're going to end up in a cut-off, isolated visitor situation, I think, other than people travelling around in the far north or Northland area. Getting the word out to our hall users to go to level 2 again. Little bit of frustration there, I think, from them. They've just got back into using facilities again, so I'm not sure how well that word's been spread, but I know with my local facility it is out there. Far North Holdings had 2 really successful, well-attended public engagement meetings in relation to their PGF funding for the Paihia waterfront development.
during the week. The only thing really that I felt was a bit of an issue was the iwi hapu representation there in the first meeting was very heavy, and they felt they hadn't been consulted with. Partly I felt the feeling in the room was due to the fact that there are quite a few people that have probably moved back to the area, and I'm hoping this won't be an issue with some of our other PGF applications that have had long-standing resource consents. This is 10 years old, and I think it's just actually caused a few issues because a lot of people think it's something new, and so I think there'll be definitely some more engagement, and perhaps some marae engagement meetings would be recommended to move forward. But all in all, very positive. The main issue at the moment still is people are concerned where the permanent full-time jobs are going to come from. And the other issue that we're having in certain areas, particularly in the Paihi area, reverse sensitivity issues in relation to the change of use with holiday accommodation to temporary emergency housing. A number of the motels have had numerous noise and domestic related situations being reported, and lots of police presence because of the fact that they're actually alongside homes and large timeshare establishments and other holiday accommodations that are operating in a visitor perspective. We've also seen quite an increase in activity in after dark crime and violence, and again in the Kings Road area. So other than that, yeah, things have been buzzing along very nicely, I think, for most business operators. So that's it in a nutshell. And I found this meeting very, very informative and interesting so far. Thank you.
Thank you, and it'll be more informative and more interesting as we progress. Can I just make the comment? I have been chatting to ministers and officials briefly around the corridor of Auckland, given that Auckland is in the middle of us and the rest of New Zealand, and so we're the only region sort of shut off, if you like. That's at level 2, but I've just put it in their minds. Nothing yet. We've obviously got as I mentioned earlier this morning, issues of supply, all those sorts of things, plus a corridor. So we're actually waiting to see what happens tomorrow afternoon as to what level, if anything, changes, how we address it, what period of time, all that sort of stuff, and then we'll get into those details, Belinda. But I've got to say, my sense is, particularly if there's 30 new ones being discovered, that it's going to be more strict before it gets better again. Anyway, thank you for that. Thank you, both of you, for your involvement. And so with that, I will now move that we go into public exclusion. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second, thanks, Your Worship.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to say, well, we won't go into public exclusion. I'll declare the meeting finished, but fortunately, right. So it's moved and seconded. I'll just put the vote. Can I have the votes up, please?
Has the video stopped, Mr. Mayor?
Pardon?
Has the video stopped?
We are still live streaming until the decision to exclude the public has been carried.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Court.
For.
Hello, Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon.
Support.
Councillor Collard.
Support.
Councillor Foy.
Oh,
hello, Felicity.
Support.
Support. Councillor Radich.
Yes.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
And Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
Okay, so we're now in committee. Moved. Do I have a seconder, please?
Sorry.
And contribution. It's
So, Your
actually been-
Worship, sorry to interrupt. Before I mentioned in the chat, before we closed the meeting, there was another matter that staff have become aware of that we just wanted to
Yes, I
raise
beg your
again with
pardon.
elected
Thank you, Aisha,
members.
you did too.
If we to pass it over to Caroline.
Thank you, Aisha. I do apologise for not remembering to do that. So can we ask Caroline, this is to do with the election hoardings. Caroline, can you just comment, please?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and I do apologise for bringing this to you so late in the day when you're probably all chomping at the bit to conclude this meeting, but I did receive some advice during the lunch break in terms of the 6 weeks that was proposed for the election hoardings on public land, and then, of course, how that applies to private land as well. And we are currently seeking a legal opinion as to timings, because that element of the Electoral Act and where the council's rules come into play and are enforceable are still somewhat ambiguous. We suspect that if we were to select anything less than 9 weeks under what is currently under the Electoral Act, that in fact our rules may be trumped, if you like, by the Electoral Act itself, and therefore we would find ourselves in a position where we have the interpretation of the Electoral Act being at odds with our council own rules around this. So I was wondering if there was an opportunity to revisit the recommendation and keep it at 9 weeks for now, on the understanding that should this legal advice support that our rules would be enforceable in that period, in that 9-week period, that I would come back to you with a revised election hoardings policy stating 6 weeks, and or legal
Caroline,
advice to advise you why we wouldn't.
Can I suggest the way forward? We will leave everything as it is, but if what you find is correct, then we can merely have a motion to rescind the motion we've just passed and pass the appropriate motion at an appropriate meeting.
Good idea.
That's the simple way to do it. The last thing we want to be is Donald Trump at this stage.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline.
How come most other people didn't smile about the Donald Trump comment?
We're all laughing.
It's been a long day, is it?
Your Worship, the meeting is still being live streamed.
Oh, that's okay. Donald won't be on it. All right, folks. Well, thank you very much for your participation. I've got 3 radio interviews and possibly a TV interview, and plus we've got a 4:30 cycleway discussion. So we've got a bit to do yet before the day, and somewhere I need to fit a glass of wine in. But thank you all very much. It's been actually a really positive and productive meeting, and it's been a long meeting, but we've done very well, and I do appreciate the teamwork. And Sean, you and the staff, thank you for your support as well.
Thank you very much,
everybody. Have a good evening, and we'll touch base the next day or 2 or 3.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you. Bye.
Was someone going to do a quick closing karakia?
I'll close us for the karakia. Thank you, Aisha.
Okay.
Mafuhi moana ariki hei maui a koe. May the force be with you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thanks, Moko.
Thanks, Moko. Take care.